Tim Roy on the call as two teams on the opposite ends in the state of California are going in the opposite direction in the Western Conference standings as the Lakers take down the Golden State Warriors 120-112. You heard the man. Lakers improved to 30-19, Warriors 25-26. But you know what? They announced the signing of one James Butler. Yes, Jimmy Butler officially announced as a Golden State Warrior. We're going to hear from him. We're going to hear from Mike Dunleavy, the general manager. We're going to hear from Steve Kerr. We're going to hear from everyone as a tough loss occurred last night. But it's worse when you're a fan like that, Joe Shasky. And good morning to all of you just getting off work and ready for work and ready for school. It is a Friday. It's a 50-cent Friday. It's a feel-good Friday. It's a non-payday Friday, but it's a Friday nonetheless. And by the way, every Friday at 9 o'clock, we got some exciting news. We've been teasing it all week. But Bonte Hill's going to be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. Cannot wait for that. I'm sure he has thoughts on this loss, on the acquisition of Jimmy Butler, the departure of one Andrew Wiggins, all of that. Bonte Hill at 9 o'clock, plus Brian Baldinger joining us at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, getting a little Super Bowl preview. Yeah, because I don't know if you guys know this. There's this game on Sunday happening in Louisiana. Just the biggest sporting event of the year, but we haven't really wanted to talk about it because the NBA has just been absolutely dominating Joe Shasky. And I say good morning to you and all those on the roadways. Please be safe. It is, the open, it says I am slippery. It is literally slippery on those roadways. So please be safe. But tough to win a game when you basically lose it in the first two quarters when you're down 20. It was a tough game. And listen, it's not the end of the world, but it highlights even more why they need Jimmy Butler on this team, because I love Steph. 20 3-point attempts. I don't need to see any more of that. That's in 6 of 20. He's trying his best. He's trying his hardest. He was hitting some of them late, but 13 to 35 in total, not good enough when LeBron James becomes the second player only to Michael Jordan to drop 40 at 40. Hi, Joe.
Put LeBron to the side. We got all day to talk about him, but they were horrible in the first half. That being said, I actually really like their fight in the second half. And I'm not trying to be that guy. I trust me, I'm really not. They were out there with Jackson Rowe and look, I like him, but my guy, Spencer, you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? Pat Spence, we're playing with a bunch of G Leaguers. So everybody take a deep breath. I'm frustrated too. I'm frustrated as well. I thought they showed a lot of heart and a lot of fight to get back into that game. Now you could say it was, fake hustle or whatever. I thought they showed a tremendous amount of energy. Doug, they were playing with Draymond, Moody, Pods. I think it was Buddy Hield and Steph in the closing lineup. Whatever, the final 4 minutes. What is it, like 6 and below?
Brandon Pajemski had a missed 3-point shot, and Dorian Finney-Smith just running the floor, and then there was just a touchdown pass. That was the game right there. They could have cut it to, 3 or 4 points there. And they got it to 5 at one point. It's like, oh my God, are the Lakers going to trick this off? Are the Warriors actually going to do this? But they didn't. LeBron hit some huge threes. Steph tried to fight it back, but he even clanked some horrible ones, and he got lucky a couple times with some nice, fortunate bounces, and he put them in because he's just that freaking good. By the way, sneakily, watching the game, there was a lot of Steph Curry, like when he was doing stuff, a lot of Warriors fans or Steph fans in the building last night at Crypto.com Arena. Just, again,
Joe,
underscoring everything. LeBron and Steph, they're still box office. They're still box office.
I don't know if you know this. Curry's really popular.
Yeah, well, I know. But when it happens in certain buildings like Los Angeles, when they dominate,
but it's all their stars, a showcase.
It is, but it really is. I just thought it was interesting. It was louder than I usually hear on the television.
Yeah, it's tough for me to gauge because usually after about 8:30, the kids go down,
right? Yeah.
So the volume goes down even more. So it's tough for me to gauge on those things. I would just say this: I want everyone to watch that fourth quarter, all right, and watch Steph Curry. Did he take all the shots but a handful? Dre had a couple going to the rim. Pajemski with obviously a hesitation and just a huge clank.
Moody.
That's why you need Jimmy Butler. Guys and gals, if you're out there, look, Andrew Wiggins was really important. And I'm not here to say that Jimmy is the savior and he's going to save everything. This team has a lot of flaws. And they've got to, look, I don't know what they can do for this year. And we're going to get into it at some point. But in that fourth quarter, they needed anyone to take a little pressure off of Steph Curry in terms of not all 5 defenders are crashing in on him. Not all 5 defenders are hell-bent on saying, we'll let anyone else beat you. Now, is Jimmy enough to offset? I don't know. We're going to find out. But it's a start. They've needed an alpha. For 2.5 years, we have been screaming, we need an alpha. We need an alpha. We need someone who can help in the final handful of minutes to be able to either create their own shot or to take some pressure off of Steph Curry and be able to knock down a shot reliably around him. That's what you're hoping Jimmy Butler can provide. And in a game last night, how many times could I have taken a still shot of 4 or 5 Laker defenders all turning, and as I'm going slow motion,
you literally
pivoting
are.
in my chair towards Steph Curry as he puts the ball on the floor. It happened time and time and time. I mean, there was a Moses Moody 3 late in the fourth quarter. He dribbled, looked around. Oh, my God, no one's here. He could have went and got a hot dog, came back. Still no one would have been there for him because everyone in the half court is hell-bent on saying, we will let anyone but Steph beat us. And I like Andrew Wiggins. And if you look at the raw numbers, he puts up a lot of points. He's the same way. No one fears him in the half court. They're allowing him to shoot from the outside. They want him to shoot from the outside. Not that he can't. He's really good. It's the final 4 to 5 minutes where they desperately need someone else to contribute. And it was on display in Utah. It was on the night before, and it was on display yesterday in LA. And then I'll take it a step further. The Utah loss hurts even more, considering how much of a thud that Laker game felt.
You just look at the size of that Lakers team, too, and it always highlights, again, the size. We already know this for the Warriors. Rui's big.
Vandy's big.
Dorian Finney-Smith, 6'7".
Even Austin Reeves for a ball handler's big.
Austin Reeves, 6'5". They're about to add, Luka Doncic, who's what, 6'7", 6'6"?
He's a monster.
Mark Williams, who they just added, 7'2". Like, the size is going anywhere. He thought, Anthony Davis knows that. Anthony Davis is a very good player. They're also adding another generational talent here in a couple days, and Luka Doncic and Lakers are saying he's going to make his debut on Monday. At least that's what J.J. Redick said prior to the game. As for Jimmy Butler, the Warriors' recent addition, they're aiming tomorrow, where it all started for Jimmy Buckets in Chicago, where Nikola Vucevic is still a member of Joe Shasky. So no Nikola Vucevic. Real quick, Jimmy Butler, basically the only big move at the deadline for them. Were you satisfied with just that move?
No. I mean, I think I speak for all of us. It's like, it's a start. It's not enough, And to me, these things always have to come in tandems. And I don't know, man. So much was talked about by Steve Kerr about emotions, and I get the human element of it. But it's like, yo, Steve, bro, legacies are on the line here. Like, jobs are on the line. Like, I know you have relationships with a lot of these guys. I trust me. I truly understand it. But we gotta execute some deals here. Time's coming out of the hourglass.
I really appreciated what General Manager Mike Dunleavy had to say in regards to the future, and the quote was, "We have picked a path," and we'll hear from Dunleavy, we'll hear from Kerr, we'll hear from Jimmy,
which is all
we'll hear
from
everyone.
Pick a path.
It was refreshing. It was. You come to a fork.
He said it.
You come to a fork in the road. You got to pick something. Or there's the old saying, "Come to the fork in the road and you just take the fork." That's one of them. I think that's a Yogi Berra-ism. And by the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Again, we got shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. Shout out whoever and whatever you want. Brian Baldinger, 8:30. Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock for his weekly appearance on Fridays at 9. And also, shout out to those who are streaming us right now. We are live and local on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer, Joe Shasky.
I was trying to come up with names for the segment for Bonte when he comes in. I'm thinking the King's Court. Now I've really thought about it, and you guys can tell Nahegan this at the break. Mark Willard is out here trying to say that he really wants a roundtable sponsorship, right? And he's been talking about roundtable and how
he actually has been, because I worked with Mark. Give me a little drop there. I worked with Mark when he first joined the station, him and Dibs, and he would tell us all the time. He would go roundtable pizza. He'd go Fridays with the kids. That was his thing.
He's not the only one who eats at Round Table Pizza. No, we all eat at
No,
Round
but he
Table
eats
Pizza.
Black olives and salami.
Oh, God, olives on a pizza is disgusting.
They're olives and salami combo.
Disgusting.
I love you, Mark. I love you. He gave me a big embrace when he found out the news, and then we saw each other. He was very happy for me.
I'm so happy for you, Joe Spadoni.
He was.
Your next olive pizza's on me.
Me, you, Ephraim Salam. We're all going to go get salami pizza.
Ephraim Salami, please, in this case.
No, but where I was going is I think we should name the segment, the King and The Knights of the Round Table.
I actually kind of like that.
And we'll have Round Table come in, and instead of giving dibs and Willard pizza,
you're trying to
we'll
steal
get our
the
own
sponsorship.
So that's what this really is. We're just trying to steal sponsorships from Willard and Div.
Well, I mean, I'm a more creative individual
if we're going
than
by
those
the
two,
Knights,
so I figure,
Well, this might be the Crusades in this case. We're just going to take what we think is ours. In this case, it's the Round Table.
I'm not sure if you've seen the history. The Crusades didn't work out so well
this is
for the Knights.
This is a lower level.
The Knights of Templar.
Hey, The Kingdom of Heaven, great movie. Orlando Bloom, Edward Norton.
No doubt. All right, let me leave. Draymond and LeBron. Okay, can we just talk about this for a second?
Oh, I kind of love
Oh, my God. First off, Draymond.
Go ahead.
Finally. No. I'm going to defend Draymond. I am. I'm going to say this. Finally. Look, I know a lot of people are frustrated with Draymond last night. I'm not one of them. Let me tell you something. Finally, you fouled LeBron hard. And you know what? I co-signed for him to do it again. Because, look, LeBron just mocked you, dude. Like, dude, come on, man.
Explain what happened.
He mocked him. LeBron, okay, Draymond got fouled. He's going to shoot free throws, okay? He's arguing with the referee, and he misses a free throw. That's nothing new. Then LeBron starts doing this and I'm waving my hands in the air like an inflatable, I don't even know what those things are called.
Yeah, the inflatable dummy things at like a cardio shit.
Yeah, exactly.
You're waving your hands in the air like you just don't care.
And he basically just humiliated Draymond Green. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, good. And Draymond's barking at the official, give me the ball. He gets a technical, okay? And I'm saying to myself, you know what? No, we need this. Stop buddying with LeBron. He's been using you as a pawn forever to take away your junkyard dog bite. No, he has. And you know what?
You think this is all some elaborate scheme? LeBron's not actually friends with Draymond. It's all fake just to get into the head of the
I think
entire
LeBron
Golden
is
State
calculated
Warriors.
in everything he does. You think I'm joking?
I just don't think everything has to be. I think they're just friends.
I think LeBron is an egomaniac, narcissist, sociopath.
Okay.
Yes, when it comes basketball-wise, not like serial killer. Okay. But I'm just saying when it comes to
Dexter.
I didn't say that.
I know you're not saying that, but it's just funny.
No one has put a bullet, metaphorically, in more teammates' head who he claimed were his best friend than LeBron.
Because he wants to win.
He did it to Kyrie.
Business.
He did it to Anthony Davis. He did it to Dwayne Wade. He does it to Kevin Love. He did it to Chris Bosh. What are we talking about? LeBron will sleep on, and he will literally cut and trade anyone. The minute you are done with being a high-level player and he's done with you and he can upgrade, you're gone. And so you know what? I defend Draymond Green. Continue to go at LeBron. At least now he knows where it is.
Well,
I'm okay with it.
Draymond's just a little jealous because him and LeBron James and Stephen Curry are now homies. You guys see all the embraces they're doing now towards these last few years that we're getting LeBron and Steph? I mean, they're tied. They just won an Olympic gold medal together. I think there just might be a little jealousy from Draymond Green's part, and that's why hard felt LeBron.
No, I just think that finally Draymond realized, dude, this guy just humiliated you while you're shooting a free throw, doing this whole waving thing. That's gotta piss you off. Joe, come on. And then, you know what? I'll give Draymond this. It feels like he's never really fouled LeBron hard since going back to basically 2017, right? Can you guys think of any moment where he's actually fouled LeBron hard? He fouled him and grabbed him. I was like, just foul him hard and just let him fall. Who cares?
888-957-9570. Tough loss for the Warriors, but again, kind of underscoring everything. Jimmy Butler is a Golden State Warrior. That's still the story. And we're going to talk all morning long. The expectations for this team now are what? Okay. Everyone said their piece. You either loved it, you hated it, you were indifferent, you think it was a lateral move, whatever. How is this team going to look the rest of the season? They're a game under 500 now. You look at the standings, they're the 11th seed. It's them, the Kings, the Suns, they're all kind of bunched up, the Mavericks, Clippers, and the Timberwolves are out of the zone at 29 and 23. So you're 3 games back to the loss column, again, playing this game. So you add Jimmy Butler to this team right now. Your expectations are what, Joe Shasky?
For this year?
For this season. Because I can't
I'm not
going to do next year. I'm not going to do the year after that.
Let's start
this
right now.
Season.
So for this year, it's A, oh my God, can we get off to better starts to games? Then B, can we finish with a consistent lineup? I know there's going to be a couple guys that are going to be in and out. It might be Buddy Hield one night. It might be GP2 one night. I guess it'll be Pods. I don't know. The coach just believes in Pods so much more than I do.
He just came off his best game as a pro. So there's
he's been hot garbage for months.
But he's also been hurt. Come on, I think since coming back from the injury, he hasn't been that awful.
Joe, you've watched enough of Podziemski. What is his high water mark as a player?
Probably a backup point guard.
Okay, why do they continue to keep feeding him as some elite playmaker alongside Steph Curry. I know you don't have a lot of options.
That's just it.
He's not big enough to defend. He can't knock down a shot. He dribbles too much and gets into trouble. Like, to me, he is a rotational piece, and they keep using him as a closer. He's not a closer. That's not a knock on him. I think it's just the reality of where he's at. Sean Livingston didn't close a lot of games. He's nowhere near Sean Livingston's impact. Neither is this team. This team isn't as good as what it was when they had Sean Livingston. Like, Jared Jack, when they had him, I'm going way back in time.
Yes, you are.
He was a dog. He could set dudes up in the half court, and he was going to defend. He didn't even close every single game. And they're hell-bent on trying to, they're waiting for this Podziemski thing to just come around and come around. It's not going to come around. It's just, I like him. I do, but he's not Peyton Pritchard. He's not TJ McConnell. He's not there yet. And Steve needs to acknowledge that.
Well, no, he's not there yet, but I also don't know what he is at this point yet because he's only a sophomore in the NBA. Like, I'm going to give him some time. And he's
an undersized guard who over dribbles and can't knock down a shot.
Okay,
that's who he is.
But he knocked down shots literally 2 days ago. So that's what I'm saying. So he can do that. We've seen him have good games. I get it. One's the Jazz, one's the Lakers. Big difference. One's a team that sucks. One team might be going to the Western Conference Finals. I get it. He came up small yesterday. Who would you have rather have seen in the starting lineup instead of Podziemski yesterday?
Look, I have no problem with them starting him.
Okay, what's the closing lineup? Who would you rather have seen out there? Jackson Rowe?
I was open to Pat Spencer. Yes, Pat Spencer can at least get into the lane. Okay. I know it sounds absurd. Watch the games. Like, if people are watching the games,
yes.
Pat Spencer actually stays in front of his defender.
And he played well
actually
yesterday.
Can rebound, actually is athletic. I'm not saying he's anything special. We're just asking, can you stay in front of your guy?
I get it. Listen.
Of all the
things yesterday, Brandon Podziemski was
I just think it's a microcosm of this organization right now as a whole. They overvalue and have miscast certain players on the roster, and that's kind of why we're where we're at.
Yeah. Joe Lacob didn't do any favors when he said he's going to be an all-star. I'll just say that right there. When Joe Lacob said that,
totally fair.
I think the fan base was waiting for him to fit some portion. I'm not saying you.
Yeah.
A lot of the fan base was like, okay, well, let's see it now. And if he's not going to be an all-star level quickly, all right, well, Joe, you lied. Let's trade this guy right now because fans are under the assumption he was the reason they didn't get Lowry Markkanen, and a lot of fans are upset about that.
I don't know if that's accurate.
No, we don't know if that's accurate, but those were some reports dating back last season. We're going to hear from Jimmy Butler. We're going to hear from Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr. We're going to hear from Coach and Vallejo, who's been hanging on tight. 888-957-9570. Lakers 120, Golden State Warriors 112. Jimmy Butler is now a Golden State Warrior. What are the expectations for this season for you, Dub Nation, with the addition of Jimmy Buckets? Hopefully Jonathan Kuminga comes back within these next few weeks, I should say, post All-Star break. Maybe we're hearing on Jonathan Kuminga. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by the all-new Bay Street Emeryville. It's your calls, it's your texts, it's Spadoni, it's Jasky, it's the Morning Roast 95.7 The Game.
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Pods. I'm fighting for you, buddy. Tough game there, but he just came off a career night, so I'll take it easy on Brandon Pajemski here. Warriors 112, Lakers 120. Lake Show just got out to a huge lead yesterday. Didn't look back. Got tight there late in the fourth quarter, but too little, too late. I guess we can get into the 8-second or not.
Too little, too late. Is that the closing lineup?
That's not bad.
Is that what we're calling it?
That's actually
too little, too late. Well, 6 and under.
Is that what some Warriors fans are calling this Jimmy Butler acquisition? Is it too little, too late in the season for this to mean something? What are your expectations the rest of the season with the acquisition of one Jimmy Butler? When Jonathan Kuminga comes back in a few weeks, we're hoping. Is that going to change things? 888-957-9570. Coach, I'll get to you here in a second, but I got some news, folks. The knockout tournament is back. You got a chance to shoot hoops on the Chase Center floor, baby. We're going to be giving out a keyword sometime between 8 o'clock and 8:30 today. And then between 8:30 and 9, you're going to hear a sounder, and you're going to be the first to call in and give us the keyword that I gave you in the previous segment. And then you'll win a spot in the tournament and a chance to shoot hoops on the court at Chase Center. Tournament is going to be Monday, March 3rd. And again, listen between the 8 o'clock hours, 12 o'clock hours, 4 o'clock hours, all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. So every single show is going to give you an opportunity to win and shoot hoops on the Chase Center floor. Got to be 18 and a California resident. Also, the biggest celebrity pickleball event in the world, Joe Shasky, is coming to San Francisco on February 15th and 16th at the Warfield. You seem like Shasky seems like he can get after in a pickleball. I know he probably doesn't, but I think he could. The star power behind this event includes celebrities like Brandi Chastain, Chris Mullen, Hunter Pence, Terrell Owens, and Baron Davis. Visit 957thegame.com for more information and your chance to win tickets, or go to celebritypickleballbash.com, all courtesy of our friends at Pivot. You a big pickleball guy?
My wife and
she dabbles?
family. Well, no, they bought paddles and stuff. We played a couple times. It's fun.
It's fun, right? Yeah.
But you got to play with someone who can actually volley it back.
Well, correct. It's
you know what I mean?
Why are you throwing Michelle under the bus right now?
Well,
oh my God, you're just digging yourself a hole on a Friday, man.
She'll admit it.
Okay. Well, it's a cross basically. If you've never played, it's a cross between basically tennis and ping pong.
Yes.
That's how I'd basically, or if you've ever played paddleball at the beach, kind of like that. But again, you want to be with someone you can volley. There's a net. It's fun. Play with teams. For some reason, it's been on like the TVs in here on like CBS Sports Network. There's pro leagues now. It's a thing. So definitely check it out. And yeah, it's a lot happening right now. We got the All-Star game coming up here, Joe Chesky at Chase Center. Willard and Dibbs yesterday. We're at that new bar at Thrive City Splash.
Oh,
that looked fun. We're not going Tom Hanks here.
Splish splash. I was taken aback.
Yeah, right. Yeah, thank you for that. It looks great though. The bar, everything. Splash at Thrive City, they're calling it. And yeah, it looks incredible. And I was jealous listening just on the air, not even watching, just listening. All the amenities. They were getting smash burgers. They were getting everything there.
Did you hear what they were thinking of maybe proposing the name would be for the next couple of years?
What?
Clank.
No, you're thinking of Plank out in Jack London Square.
No, clank, as in I'm clanking shots off the backboard.
Oh, God. Come on.
Because outside of Steph, felt like no one was hitting.
Well, it's tough when you go into La La Land. And Stephen Curry, for some reason, I don't know what it is. He just does not play well against the Lakers.
The depth perception.
Is that what it is?
No, it's because the lighting, the way the lighting is, it is a unique setting.
He's been playing there for a decade plus. I'm not blaming the lighting anymore.
Joe, there are certain backdrops if you play hoops, sometimes there's a wall right behind the backboard. Sometimes there's not. And sometimes you get into certain gyms and there's certain whatever depth or the background or whatever, it does take some time to get used to.
So usually you say the lights are too bright, but the lights aren't bright enough for Steph. Is that what you're saying?
All I'm saying is there's clearly something there, right? Like in the same way where there's batter's eye and there are certain batter's eyes, meaning whatever the green thing is behind wherever the pitcher would be.
Sure.
Sometimes you pick the ball up better and sometimes you pick it up worse. Arizona is a place, for example, almost every hitter, not only is there thin air, it's got such a beautiful backdrop because there's no fans or anything. It's just green and everything. You pick the ball up better, right? It's the same thing with shooters. I'm just telling you, this is a thing.
Okay.
This is a thing. Like there are certain, for example, you go to the high school level, there are certain gyms where there's a wall on one side and the other side, maybe it's open. Maybe there's a stage. Maybe there's a bunch of fans and you might shoot better on one end. And for whatever reason, you don't shoot better on the other end. And sometimes it's just random. I'm just saying there's clearly something there.
Real quick, and you're saying there's something there, and we were talking about this off air, and Coach, I'm going to get to you in a second. You've been very patient. I appreciate you, Carl, in the South Bay. We'll get to you in a second. 888-957-9570. Thoughts on the loss last night? Thoughts on Stephen Curry? He's clearly shouldering a heavy load right now, and Jimmy Butler can help that in a tremendous way. We're hoping here starting tomorrow as he's expected to make his debut against the Chicago Bulls in Chicago, where it all started for Jimmy Butler, who, of course, made his career debut with the Chicago Bulls. What was it, a decade ago now? Longer than that? But real quick, I just want to talk about what we were talking about off air. LeBron James, we mentioned it, 40 points at 40 years old. I didn't see this, but he's now the youngest player in NBA history to drop 40 at 19 years old and 88 days back on March 27, 2004. Back when I was in fourth grade, when I was 11 years old. What was it, fourth grade? Fifth grade?
His first game was against the Kings.
Yeah.
Against the Kings, if I remember.
But he was the youngest to do that, and now he's the oldest to do that. Like, I know he's enemy number one here in the Bay Area. I get it. He had one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the sport, and it was against you. You beat him multiple times, though, so you can hang your head on that if you're a Warriors fan. You've got the best of LeBron more than he's gotten the best of you. Now, in the last few years, playing game, the playoffs, withstanding, okay, sure. But what this guy's doing right now, I'm not saying he's better than Michael Jordan when it's all said and done, but the argument is getting smaller and smaller for me the more he fights Father Time and does what he's doing. Like, it came to a point for me with Tom Brady where it's just like, okay, I get it. I get it. Like, no one's touching this guy. Like, maybe, and people are arguing right now because it's Super Bowl weekend. Patrick Mahomes, if he three-peats, he's already better than Tom Brady. No. What Tom was able to do, not only sacrificing his money, his time, his family, what he was able to do there, and listen, you can think however you want about that. That could be a good thing, that could be a bad thing. I would never doubted his dedication to the sport. And I will never doubt LeBron James's dedication to not only keeping his body in shape, but to this sport. And I feel like he can do this for another 5 years if he wants to, which is insane. I don't think he will, but he could if he wanted to.
I'm going to say a sentence here, and you guys are all going, whoa! And it's 100% true. Somehow, he was gifted with the most genetically blessed body of all time, and he overachieved. Yeah. Like, think about it. And like all the greatest of the greats, in my estimation, Jerry Rice, whose shirt I'm wearing right now, it's not the God-given ability that makes them the greatest. It's the work ethic and the squeezing every last drop out of all of their ability. And Brady said it best. To beat me, you better dedicate your life to this sport, because that's what I've done. And, you know, as much as LeBron drives me crazy, and I do believe he's a narcissist, and I do believe he's freaking insane, and I do believe that he's always 5 steps ahead of everyone when it comes to the roster stuff. That being said, the player on the court is one of the greatest athletes ever, period. There's like, forget basketball, ever. And what he's doing is not just remarkable, it's otherworldly. And anyone who says they wouldn't take him is absolutely insane.
Absolutely insane. It just highlights, again, we're talking about, it just highlights
also hate him.
The lack of athleticism. You hate to love him sometimes. I think that's what it comes to.
No, I marvel at him.
I would say with Mahomes. Like, it's the same thing. We're going to be watching this week and be like, God, I wish Mahomes was my quarterback. Like, I wish I had that guy. He's so good, and I hate to go against him, and he's so damn good, and he just somehow, some way, just touchdown to Kelsey. He just somehow stands in the pocket and does something.
But Joe, all that
said,
all the supplements in the world, it ain't bringing his hairline back. He needs to go home. Okay. No, he needs to go full bald. Well, I don't know what he's doing.
Well,
I don't know what he's doing.
It's become part of his persona now.
No,
so
it
he
looks like a
tee
box, that like a par 3 tee box. He's got like a little duff of turf.
So you're saying he needs to go sand, or he needs to go seed?
He needs to go Mr. Clean.
Okay.
All right.
Coach Vallejo, you've been hanging tight, buddy. I've been teasing you all morning.
Bruce Willis called and said, you need to just go home.
Leave Bruce alone. He's got some problems right now. Coach, what's going on, bud?
Hey, good morning, Joe, and welcome to the show.
Hey,
and,
I appreciate that.
Shasky, I think, now, you know what? You're going to be great with Shasky because you guys make a great team. Joe, you know, your controlled objectivity, and Shasky, your honest enthusiasm. I've always appreciate that. We're kind of like brothers in that way. I like your honest enthusiasm.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, and you call it like it is, and I really like that. Now, speaking of the Warriors, honestly, they don't have enough athletes for today's athletes and today's NBA. And, you know, with Pods, as much as he hustle does not supplement talent, okay? So he has to hustle in order to even stay on the court. Now, one of the things I saw last night was that so many fast breaks for the Lakers, last night. I don't want my 6'2 guard, 6'3 guard crashing the offensive board. He needs to stay back to help quell the fast break. I don't know why Kirk doesn't tell Pods to stay back and don't try to pad his rebounding status, okay? So I like Spencer. He's a great athlete. Moody's a great athlete. And I think with this Jimmy Butler thing, Moody is going to take a back seat again, as always, because he's supposedly the consummate professional. He's not going to create any waves, and Moody is going to be set down again when Moody should be playing more.
I agree.
Moody,
Coach, do you like Butler?
yeah, Moody and Butler, I would start a lineup. I would have Butler at the guard and start Kuminga and Draymond up front.
There you go. That's Coach in Vallejo. Coach, we had to run. Appreciate the call, 888-957-9570. Lack of athleticism. Jimmy Butler's going to help that. How much? We're going to see. And your expectations now, Golden State Warriors fans, with the addition of Jimmy Butler, is what? Is it play-in? Is it playoffs? Is it second round? Is it third round? Are you thinking this is a championship team now with Jimmy Butler? Feels a little strong, but if you feel that way, please call in. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. More of your calls, more of your texts. Shameless shoutouts coming up at 7:45. Brian Baldinger, 8:30. And Bonte freaking Hill. We're going Jimmy freaking Butler.
Jimmy freaking Butler!
Bonte freaking Hill, 9 o'clock. It's going to be every Friday at 9. Bonte will going to be joining us here on the Morning Roast. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Tell me how you really feel, Tim Roy.
Well, I'll tell you how I feel. He's 100% correct. We all felt the same way. Like, no, the job is to get it right. What's the point of having all these reviews and all this stuff? Get it right. And it ended up setting off Draymond. Look, were they going to win the game? Probably not. Okay?
They had a chance to if they get that.
Right.
Yeah.
They were wrong. Get it right. They actually, Buddy made a defensive play. After not getting back on defense all night long, Buddy actually made a play. They made a play. And they had every right to be furious. The officiating is horrific. Let's just call it what it is. It's absolutely horrific. The fact that Austin Reeves gets a more favorable whistle and has for multiple years than legendary Steph Curry it's inexcusable. Why are you smiling?
When it comes to that sort of situation, don't put yourself in a situation where it's going to go down to the officials.
If it is clear that...
I'm just saying. They're in L.A. Like, those are the things that happen in L.A. So that's why I'm laughing, because
those are the things that happen in L.A.
Am I, as you would say, am I wrong?
Was the call right?
Was the call right? I don't know. It was borderline because they looked like they lost possession there at the end of it. It looked like the ball was not. The ball has
to be advanced past half court line in 8 seconds. It was not. It's pretty cut and dry to me. And then Kerr screaming and yelling. Like, the whole thing was just insane. It's just so obvious. I mean, Van Gundy is yelling on the broadcast like 8-second violation. Everyone knows it.
And it wasn't called. And that happens in L.A., unfortunately, whether you like it or not. Like, those are the things that happen. But the fact of the matter is, and Steve Kerr talked about it after the game.
We're acting like this is like a CYO home court advantage. It is billions of dollars with millions of dollars being bet on it, while TNT is part of an $11 billion package to pay for the games that we're all sitting at home watching. And again, I'm not even saying that that's the make or break play, but like, clearly there would have been more drama at the end.
Well, no, it was the break play, because after that, the game was over at that point.
Just call it right. We have the technology. I mean, we just get the calls right.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Yeah, Steve Kerr, your thoughts?
It's an 8-second violation. It's pretty obvious. So very disappointing that it wasn't called, but it's not why we lost.
So, there you go. It's not the reason they lost. It's not the whole reason. It's part of it, maybe. But again, when you get down by 20-something points, I'm not going to go down to that one.
Of course.
I'm not going to go down to that play and say, like, oh, the refs are against us. Like, your own team is against you because you were down 20 points in the first half.
How about the call's just wrong? And they just get the call right.
Sure. Unfortunately, we're never going to get all the calls right unless we go to robot umps and officials and all that sort of stuff. And I don't think we're doing that.
There are 3 people on the floor. Okay, there are 3 people on the floor. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, it was very obvious. And in those situations, we're all doing the same thing. Again, whether it's 3rd grade, high school, college, or the NBA. Like, we all know, in the younger levels, 10 seconds, 8-second violation. It's pretty clear. It's pretty straightforward to me.
You know what's also pretty straightforward? When you go to Las Vegas, you're going to have a time, whether good or not, or bad, or it's going to be incredible. And you know what else is incredible? The slam dunk contest in Vegas that's going on right now, Joe Shasky. Someone is going to win travel accommodations to Vegas for 4. So that's a winner and 3 guests, plus $5,000 for each guest. So that's $20,000 in total. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. The premium sports viewing destination. Visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's awesome. They got a big pool. They got all the games on. It's a great time. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. All right. Bad play. Did it dictate the entire game? No, it didn't.
No, but
it's a frustrating end to a game that was just frustrating from start to finish for Warriors fans. And I get it. Like, that's the last thing you needed when you were scratching and clawing in that second half to make it a game, getting it to 5 points at one point. And then for that to happen, when you think you're getting another possession, it's like, hey, wait, if we get this shot, if we get a 3-point shot, and Steph was lighting it up a little bit there, 2-point game, all of a sudden, hey, we can win this thing.
But it's also, like, to me, it was the whole fight of the fourth quarter. Kevon Looney, of all people, had like a dust up. Yeah. I've been watching Kevon Looney's entire career. We all have. Can you remember any moment in Kevon Looney's career where another player in the league got in his face?
No, I can't. I've honestly only seen Kevon Looney smile on the court.
So
I've never seen him angry or
I
upset.
loved the fight from the Warriors. Like, I know, look, I'm not out to give, orange slices and Capri Suns.
No, this is your fight song. Like the song.
No, I really enjoyed that. Like, even Jackson Hayes is out here trying to bait the refs into fouls. Like, Jackson Hayes, shut up and play basketball. Who the hell are you, Jackson Hayes?
Not a big Jackson Hayes guy.
Well, look,
he played well last
the
night.
10th man on the Lakers.
He was a starter last night. He had 11 points, 3 boards, 2 assists, top 4 of 6.
Guy was buried on the bench for months.
He's been playing great for the Lakers. I'm just saying the Lakers are hot right now. They've won 4 in a row. They've been playing very well with Jackson Hayes. They haven't skipped a beat, honestly, since Anthony Davis has been out. That's another thing in this. No Anthony Davis, no problem for the Lakers, right? And they're going to add Luka Doncic to this team and Mark Williams. This is a team that could make it to the Western Conference Finals.
Yes, their roster's better than the Warriors.
So that's why I'm not as outraged as I think you are, because I just think the Lakers are a much better team than the Warriors.
I'm not outraged. I'm pissed off over the individual call that was wrong. Get the calls right.
Okay, fair enough. Carl, South Bay. He wants to talk about Brandon Pajemski. What's on, Carl? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky. It's the Morning Roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Basketball is such a skilled sport. This guy is a wrecking ball. I don't mind him scooting into the paint, but he camps there. He gets under the guy 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", and he gets crushed into the little nose. Well, in his nose, and he's a collision course. Throws everything off. I don't know why they stick him in there. I don't like the kid. Open jumper, sure, but other than that, he's a mess. He's a chicken out in the farm. I can't take it.
That?
Give you a 3 for the chicken,
what
Carl.
What was that?
Thank you, Carl. I appreciate it.
What was that? I got to hear that back.
We'll get it. We'll get that. We'll get right on that.
He's
that
erratic.
chicken.
Look, Pajemski right now.
That's a good word.
He's erratic right now. And to me,
I'm not calling him a chicken.
Like, frenetic can be a good thing in sports. Certain guys can play like a frenetic style.
He definitely plays with urgency, which I appreciate. I would say that.
I just, the problem is that I think he over dribbles. He gets into the key and he starts pivoting to no man's land, right? There's a fine balance between being aggressive and then over dribbling into trouble. And then you get stuck in panic mode. And what ends up happening is that then the Warriors are forced to take bad shots later in the shot clock because he's dribbled way too much. He's hesitant on his 3-ball. I do actually think the 3-ball has looked better since he's come back from his injury. There's no doubt it's looked better. But even then, it's still like, I thought shooting was going to be a better skill coming out. I don't think so. Hustle. He's a hustle player. He's a hustle player. That's what he is. And I just think that they've got him in a role alongside Steph Curry. He's not a facilitator. He'll break a guy down, and then the big will come up and clamp him, and then he'll just pick up his dribble. And then it's pivot. And instead of either like decisively hitting the floater or decisively pulling up and hitting that mid-range or decisively kicking it out to the wing, he just holds the ball too long. They end up settling for poor shots late in the shot clock because of his indecisiveness. Again, he's not the worst player in the world.
No, but I think
he's an 8th, 9th man.
Well, 34 minutes is a lot for him right now. Like if this team wants to go to where they think they can go, Brandon Pajemski cannot be playing 34 minutes and he cannot be starting.
That last night's game, I understand it.
No, exactly.
But moving forward, I completely agree.
But that highlights, again, like you're starting Brandon Pajemski against this Lakers team right now, and you look on the other side, like Austin Reeves is just a much better player than him right now. Like that, just not even close. Like,
I mean, it's not even
close. And
they're not even in the same paragraph.
They're not. Well, that's what I'm saying. But
Austin Reeves is one of the best bang for bucks in the league.
But I think they are hoping that Brandon Pajemski can get to an Austin Reeves level, which, listen, he's a starter.
He's not as big as him.
He's not. No,
he can't
actually,
shoot as well
sneakily,
as him.
they're the same. Like they're listed at the same height, but it doesn't feel like they're the same. When I watch them on the court,
Austin Reeves plays bigger than his size. He's a good ball handler. He's a willing passer. He can knock down shots. He gets an unbelievable whistle. He hits free throws. He goes to the free throw line.
Takes screens like Pods can.
I think he's underrated defensively. He moves his feet actually, I think, better, laterally. I don't.
But he's been in the league for a few years now, Joe Shasky. He didn't start off like that. What I'm saying is, can Pods be an Austin Reeves? I think that is his high watermark in the NBA, and that would be great for the Warriors in the next few years. Again,
I have a hard time seeing that come to fruition.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. All right, I do want to pivot to Jimmy Butler here because also the Lakers back in back-to-back. I think we all kind of figured that was going to happen, and I think surprisingly they showed some fight there in the fourth quarter that made me feel better about the loss, even with that 8-second violation we were all talking about. Buddy Hield actually seeing some balls go in the hoop beyond the arc.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be something going forward for him because, God, he's just been awful.
You know what he needs to do?
Land.
I would have him in the gym running Vegas's till like, buddy, you are always at the 3-point line, which is fine.
Yeah.
But you got to get back, doggy.
No.
I've never seen more leak outs in my life.
It's
Cole the plumber.
It's been straight up not a good time the last few months if you're Buddy Hield. But Jimmy Butler is now a Golden State Warrior, and the expectations for him are what, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. The expectations from him and for the team, quite frankly, because you're going to be looking at this starting lineup, and when and if Jonathan Kuminga comes back, what does your ideal lineup look like, Joe Shasky? Because we're going to see it tomorrow. No Kuminga yet, obviously, and maybe I'm putting you a little bit on the spot here. But Jimmy Butler, going to be starting. Draymond Green, going to be starting. Stephen Curry, going to be starting. And then from there on, it's going to be, are you sticking Quentin Post there? Do you still want that big guy there?
Are we talking about late game situations or starting?
You can go late game situations. You want to go late game situations? Does that matter more to you than the starting lineup?
Well, yeah, because I don't think Quentin Post is going to be closing games.
No.
They're going to go with Draymond at the 5 to close games. They have to. Now, is there a specific circumstance where it might be a Looney? Sure. I will leave that open. Steph, Jimmy B, Draymond, eventually Kuminga, and I think it should be Moses Moody. I think Moses Moody spaces the floor better. But I'm sure there will be a time where a GP2 makes sense, right? To just be another perimeter defender. Like, what's our foul situation, you know? And I'm sure there might be a time where, hey, if Buddy's got it going, maybe I do roll with Buddy. Ideally, I don't want to rely on Buddy. I like Moses Moody right now. I think Moses Moody's playing the best basketball of his career right now. Like right now, I'm watching thus far the best basketball of his career. He's hitting open shots. I feel like he's battling underneath. He's not to me, he's not a 2. He's not a 2 at all. He's like a 3-4. And it's specific. Who are we playing against? What's the size disadvantage? Like, I don't really want him out on the perimeter against electric threes. I don't. He doesn't move as well. I like that group. I do. I think you space the floor a lot better.
Definitely more athletic too when you got a guy like Moody out there. Listen, is he the greatest defender ever? No, but he gives you some size, gives you some athleticism, and can knock down a 3-ball, like you said. I don't mind that. And again, Jonathan Kuminga, again, going up against these more athletic teams and younger teams and bigger teams like the Lakers, he is a guy that is just so missed. I can't underscore that enough when we're having these discussions. Like, we're talking about it all without Jonathan Kuminga. And I'm not one of those people that says, oh, man, it was the deadline, but you can use this Kuminga when him coming back. It was like an acquisition. No, I'm not going to use it like that because he's been on the team for a while.
It's been out forever.
And it's gonna add another monkey wrench in the situation because roles are going to change again. And he has to figure himself out. Can he get back to his form prior to that? How is he going to mesh with Draymond? How's he going to mesh with Jimmy Butler? How's Jimmy Butler going to mesh with any of these people? It's a fascinating question, and it's a question we're all going to have to watch as this season unravels. And that's why it's going to be so exciting for me, Joe Shasky, to just watch the mixing and matching of what Steve Kerr is going to do and how he's going to handle this. Again, we're talking about this is going to be the most pressure for this entire organization, but Steve Kerr specifically has to manage 2 guys with egos outside of outer space, and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, and how he's going to mix and match Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry. That's going to be a huge part in all this. Let's hear from the guy, though. We've been talking about him for the last 2 days. How's Jimmy feel about all this?
That they always play winning basketball, and they'll do whatever it takes to win. I think that's what I respect most about those guys. And they've won at so many different levels, obviously, at the highest level, and done it multiple times. So not only can I bring some things to this team, I think they can teach me a whole lot.
That's Jimmy Butler talking about the Warriors organization, talking about playing with Stephen Curry, talking about playing with Draymond Green. And it's really simple as far as Jimmy's concerned and what he's going to do with this offense.
We good. Pass the ball to Steph and get out the way.
There you go. Pass the ball to Steph, get out the way.
Well, I think every now and then they're going to have to pass the ball to Jimmy.
Exactly.
And get out the way. And I'm okay with that. Like, guys, we've watched it. The whole, like, everything runs through Steph. Like, this is not enough. Newsflash, the NBA, you got to have balance somewhere. Now, there's a whole spacing argument. And, guys, everyone out there, we're overthinking this. Jimmy's a really good player with a high IQ who can make his own shot, can also create for others. At times, can he be a ball stopper? Yes. Late in games, time and time and time again this year, this team has failed to have anyone who can, you just throw them the ball and just help us out on a possession. It is the Steph Curry show, and everything's on him. The ball was in his hands. I think Pods took a shot. Draymond took a couple. It was on one. It was like the I call it the screen and slip as he like dove to the hoop on the little pass. Moody hit a three?
Moody hit a three.
Okay, well, like four other shots outside of Steph. Everything is so Steph reliant. We need another guy. And I love Wiggins. We all love Wiggins. But with 4 or 5 minutes to go, it was bombs away.
Well, that's why it was frustrated Wiggins, because he has that in his game to slow it down. And I think that's why fans were frustrated with him. And we're not kicking him on the way out the door. Not at all. But we're just critiquing what, sort of lacked in his game was just that mentality, because he can get any shot he wants off in that mid-range. I've seen it. I've seen him go just post up, little fadeaway, little Kobe jumper. He can get that whenever he wanted to.
Yeah, but contact, he just falls over.
But again, it goes to that. But I'm talking fadeaway. I'm not talking driving hard to the right. But to your point, Jimmy, 30 pounds heavier, same size, same height, I should say, as Andrew Wiggins. He's a dog. He will get there. He will put his head down, drive to the rack, and go to the foul line and put the team on his back. And he's not afraid to make those free throws. And I don't think Andrew Wiggins was afraid. He just wasn't a very good free throw shooter.
He was having a good year this year.
He was having a good year, but historically,
it's not his bread and butter.
It's not his bread and butter. And that's something that I'm going to look forward to Jimmy Butler getting to the foul line, because that is something that Andrew Wiggins was doing late. Now you got him getting the foul line, and when Kuminga comes back, another guy that can just put pressure on that interior defense of a team like the Lakers.
I think about how the Lakers play, and there's other teams that play similarly. How many times do we have to watch LeBron just back? And he did to Wiggins. And Wiggins
did it to Steph multiple times.
Just back guys down. You're not doing that to Jimmy. Like, you're just not, right? And so, like, he's got some dog in him, and they desperately need it. And it's about the situational defense. It's not about the bulk of the game. The bulk of the game, I'll take Andrew Wiggins' defense. In the final 5 minutes of a game, I'll take Jimmy Butler's defense. And they need a guy who can get to the free throw line consistently late in games. There's a difference.
There's a big difference.
That's like hitting a game-winning kick, right? You know what I mean? In the league, like, you really want Martin Gramatica? I don't care what his advanced numbers are during the middle of the game. I trust Adam Vinatieri with the game on the line. I don't care if the guys miss 700 in a row.
Right? Yeah. No, it was always funny with those, because like you'd have certain kickers, right? That if it's like in that weird tweener spot, like 44 yards. Oh, I actually don't like Sebastian Janikowski here. I like it if it's a 58-yarder to win it.
Robbie Gould.
Right? Same thing.
Robbie Gould, same thing. Like, I trust him in certain situations.
Jake Moody, right? For some reason.
I have zero trust.
I was going to say, you have no trust anywhere.
I have more faith in Moses Moody kicking a field goal than Jake Moody.
Moses part in the Red Sea. Jimmy's out in Bayview, the guy that dubbed me the G League MVP earlier in the week. What's up, Jimmy? From Jimmy Butler to Jimmy in Bayview. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Spadoni, you're playing into some minutes there. I love it.
Hey, thank you. I'm doing my best, Coach. Appreciate it. Call me the Pat Spencer, all right? Doing my hardest.
Hey, Spencer had a good game, and that's not good for us. But I think I want to see the Warriors go to pick and roll in the fourth quarter with Jimmy.
Yeah.
I mean, Jimmy's kind of a Katie light. I mean, this whole motion offense works great when you have a lot of scoring options. And Kerr's got to adjust to his personnel. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. Fourth quarter, pick and roll. That's what I want to see, because you got to make changes. You can't keep doing the same thing. And we got to look at what we're getting. Jimmy, as you say, can get to the line. He's a good in-between. He's a good in-between shooter. I like to call him Katie Light. So let's try out the new toy.
Well, this is what they absolutely need to do, though. If you're going to run those pick and rolls, like, they got to surround them with shooters, right? And like, that's, again, I'm not trying to pick on them, but one of the very difficult things to do when you have Draymond on the floor is surround him with enough shooting, right? Because Draymond's not going to shoot. JJ Redick told you in the postgame.
I have the quote here. Hold on. I sent it last night. I saw it, and I thought it was hilarious. Continue, Joe.
He basically said, I'll let anyone shoot on the floor, especially Draymond.
So JJ Redick was lamenting how many uncontested threes the Lakers gave up tonight, but also said, quote, some of those were by people like Draymond, who we want to be uncontested.
I mean, he's telling you what we've been talking about forever. Like, look at
former podcast partner JJ Redick.
This is the part where and people they lose their minds. But it's like, guys, we know what this is. Dre really right now is a 15 to 20 minute a night guy, and in the second half, I play the 5 only.
Well,
that's what he is.
Well,
starting games, he could be the 4 alongside Quentin Post, whatever. The bulk of the game, he needs to play the 5.
Didn't mean to cut you off there. I apologize. New show. We're getting to know each other. I'll learn your cadence. But I'll say this. You are a member. You're one of the few teams right now that can attack the buyout market. And there are some shooters out there. I'm going to give you some names, Joe Shasky.
We're already at the buyout market, huh? The day after. I love it.
Well, yeah. Well, you got to pivot. Don't panic, right? You got, hey, you were talking about 3-point shooting. There's some 3-point shooting to be had right now. Bruce Brown, he'd do anything for you.
I'd take him
Kelly
in a heartbeat.
Olynyk, shooting 44% from 3-point land this year.
Would take him in a heartbeat.
Okay. So Daniel Tice, he's doing anything for you?
They don't have Quentin Post is the only big who shoots. God bless Kevon Looney. No, like they're just like, let's just stand in the key. We're just gonna pack the paint. God bless TJ. Has TJD played in weeks? I feel like I haven't. I've seen him twice in months. He had a good stretch.
Here's a name for you. Remember a potential candidate on the buyout market, Patrick Bolton Jr., PBJ.
So okay,
yeah, you want him back?
I actually always liked PBJ. I don't know why they got rid of him.
Well, they added him in that Jordan Poole deal, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have. I like him, dude. He's a 6'10" guy who could shoot. He's a coach's son. Bring him in.
I can go for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich right now. I'll tell you that. Best sandwich of all time, bar none. And I'm an Italian.
Gotta have milk with it.
Gotta have milk. And I like the chunky peanut butter, believe it or not.
Really?
What's coming up in the game is, you sounded very disappointed there. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Chill Auto Body. That's fine. Skippy. Always Skippy, right? You're a Peter Pan guy.
In my house,
you're a Peter Pan
knowing
guy.
that no one else is going to eat the peanut butter, I put the spoon right into the peanut butter and eat it.
You're a barbarian. You also drink the milk out of the carton too.
Yeah, I'm the only one drinking it.
Yeah, okay, there you go. What's coming up in the game brought to you by, again, Chill Auto Body. Shameless shout-outs coming up, guys. Yeah, you know, Spadoni's in. Bonte, he's no longer a regular of the Morning Roast. He's going to join us at 9 o'clock. But a lot of the elements are still staying the same, baby. And shameless shout-outs is one of them. 7:45, shout out whoever and whatever you want. And that's all coming up next. Spadoni, Shasky, the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Timmy. Tim were on the call last night as the Warriors fall to the Los Angeles Lakers 120-112. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. We got shameless shout-outs coming up here in about less than 30 minutes. Shout out whoever and whatever you want. You can shout out your dog, you can shout out your mom, you can shout out your brother, you can shout out your sister, you can shout out LeBron James, you can shout out Steph Curry, Brandon Pajemski, Pat Spencer, anyone you want, you can shout out. Maybe Joe Shasky wants to shout out Ben Simmons, who, according to Shams Charania, is going to agree to a buyout with the Brooklyn Nets, become a free agent, and can sign with anyone.
Bring him in.
Oh. Really? That easy?
I don't care that he can't shoot. I know the spacing, this. I'll tell you right now, like, no, honest to God, as a defender alongside Steph Curry, occasionally, we're not talking about like playing heavy minutes. I trust him more than Pods. He could set up, he could dunk, he could defend.
You just told me this team needs 3-point shooting, and then you just said, I don't care that he can't shoot. This team can't shoot. I don't want to add another guy that can't shoot on top of it.
To me, he's everything that GP2 is.
What's the definition of insanity?
Is he
not the same thing?
Is he not everything that GP2 is, but bigger?
I guess. But
look, he's not my number one choice, but I'll take him. Beggars can't be choosers. We're playing Jackson Rowe, for Christ's sake. What? Like, who are Warrior fans to like thumb their nose down at any player who would want to come to the team?
Yeah, but okay, so Jimmy Butler's going to start taking some minutes here. Jonathan Kuminga's going to come back. He's going to start taking some minutes here. Are we going to lose more minutes for guys that you just said you want to see more of, and Moses Moody?
They've been running a 13-man rotation all year.
Yeah, which is going to shrink clearly now because they actually have two bona fide alphas on the team now. So it's going to have to shrink this rotation coming up here.
Buddy can shoot.
I don't want Ben Simmons a part of any rotation of mine. I'm sorry, I don't.
Let me ask this one. This whole like shooting thing, like Buddy can shoot, can he not?
Well, sometimes.
Okay. That's a lot of these shooters off the bench. They're streaky. And he's a very specific one-way player. And yes, he can shoot. He can space the floor. And what has that done for them defensively? Like, what has that done for them at all for helping others get shots?
I would rather a guy that I know can get streaky and get hot at one point than a guy that I know is not going to do anything off it. Just anything.
Look at
the guy was scared to dunk the ball, Joe Shasky.
I am not here to say that we should get Ben Simmons and then play him 35 minutes a game, and he should be like all or nothing. Like
I don't play him at all. I just don't want him on the team.
I'm open. Yeah, I'm open to bringing him in. I'm not going to say no to that. This team needs whatever they can get, like anything they can get.
So let's bring in the guy that already ruined.
They have no size.
Let's bring in
he has one element that they desperately need. Does he not? Size.
Sure. Why not? If that size matters, that's all we're doing.
They were playing a lineup of 6'6" guys yesterday to close the game.
The knockout tournament's back, guys. Win a chance to shoot hoops on the floor of Chase Center. We'll be giving out the keyword sometime between 8 and 8:30. Between 8 and 8:30 and 9, though, you're going to hear a sounder. Be the first to call in and give the keyword, and you will win a spot in the tournament and a chance to shoot hoops on the court at Chase Center. Tournament is going to be held Monday, March 3rd. I'll be there. Shasky will be there. A lot of people are going to be there. Listen, 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock hours, all day long right here at 95.7 The Game. And again, each show is going to have a slot to give away. Have to be 18 and be a California resident. Okay, Ben Simmons, Warriors fans, you want him?
I mean, it's okay. We're getting way ahead of ourselves. Like, I'll take a Bruce Brown. I'll take him. Like, there's a lot of guys that are going to be available. Like,
again, I said Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, guys that can,
I would like Kelly Olynyk.
Shoot.
You know, like, they don't need just one thing. They need multiple things. I wanted Vucevic, so I'm disappointed that they didn't get Vucevic yesterday. Like, I really am disappointed. Like, clearly they need somebody else to help space the floor who's big and strong. Like, that is definitely a need. This team also needs defense. Like, they just need it in the worst way. So, to thumb your nose down at anyone, even if they are a very niche player, to me is an absurd notion. We're playing Jackson Rowe. Like heavy minutes.
0 for 5 yesterday, 0 for 4 from beyond the mark. God love the guy.
No,
like, it's been a couple assists. Yeah.
Like, again, I'm
Pat Spencer, I've actually seen something with him. I've seen every time he plays, he does something. So I'm not going to scoff at that. But again, Pat Spencer, Jackson Rowe, not exactly household names when you're going up against the Los Angeles Lakers when they got guys named LeBron James, Rui Hachimura,
no doubt.
Austin Reeves, like all those guys.
Joe, you're talking about like, Ben Simmons refuses to shoot, and look, you're 100%.
Not just shoot, he refuses to dunk a ball.
Okay.
That's like
I hear you. Like, clearly he's buffering, and trust me, I understand that. What is, like, I'm asking you sincerely, how many minutes last night did Potts play?
34.
Okay. What does he do great?
What does Brandon Podziemski do great?
Fall down.
He takes a great charge. Screener.
Wow.
Yeah.
He hustles.
He can get boards too. I'll give him that. He does get hustle boards.
Here's the good and bad with that. The good is, this team needs somebody who can rebound. The bad is, none of your guards get back because they're all trying to crash the glass.
He had 7 assists
and you gave
last
up
night.
1,000 transition buckets yesterday.
He was a good ball distributor last night. He had 7 assists. So
okay.
he did do that
last night. The ball in his hands the whole time.
Yeah, but that's part of it. So
Okay.
I would like to. Your whole thing is, I think you saw way too much of Pods, and I'm with you.
He doesn't break down the defense.
34 minutes is too much.
Yes.
We can both agree on that. I don't think Steve Kerr wants to play him 34 minutes. He's kind of forced to.
Well,
at this
I think
point.
he does, and that's I think that's a big problem.
Don't. See, I don't. Once Kuminga
I
comes back,
think he does, and I think that's the
see.
problem. I love Steve. I think he believes in Pods way more than I do, and that's fine. We don't have to agree on these things. I think Moses Moody has, and I'm not here to say that Moses should be playing the exact position of Podziemski. I just think the way he treats Pods is mind-boggling compared to the way that he's treated Moses Moody during the best stretch of basketball Moses Moody has played.
Again, there's so many other problems with this team. Brandon Podziemski is just not the biggest one for me right now. I understand your frustrations watching him because, like all of us, we're frustrating watching this team right now because they're just not very good. So we have to, if we're watching something that's not great, we're going to nitpick.
We're nitpicking,
we're nitpicking. We're going to go with guys. Pods is one of them. Jackson Earl, I'm not going to pick on the guy. 15 pin. He just came from the Giant Dipper or the Hurricane from the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. He's at Neptune's Kingdom, for Christ's sake, all right? He was playing Time Crisis just 2 weeks ago,
That's
all
a
right?
sick game, though.
It is really fun.
It costs a lot of money, but that's a sick game.
I love
Time Crisis.
It's a great one. It's a classic.
Such a great game.
I always call that a movie theater or a bowling alley original where you're just waiting, right? And you go to the little arcade. Time Crisis is a good one.
You could seriously spend $20 on that game in like 30 seconds.
And then after, you felt good about it still.
No, you want to keep playing.
Yeah, you want to keep playing.
But you're like, I can't keep throwing
I think I had it for Dreamcast way back in the day when they had all those arcade games for Dreamcast.
Yes.
Like Crazy Taxi was one of them.
Love Dreamcast.
Bass Fishing. I had the reel
2K
too.
was the best.
House of the Dead.
Oh,
too.
yeah. Good call on that one. Yeah.
Steve Kerr talked pregame yesterday at Crypto.com Arena talking about the excitement level he has with Jimmy Butler joining this team.
I'm excited to get Jimmy. He's an elite talent, one of the best playoff performers in the league, and it's a huge addition for us. So excited. I haven't even met him yet. He hasn't gotten here yet, so I'm excited to just say hello and welcome him aboard and get to work.
He also mentioned he's never spoken to him.
That is crazy.
Which is crazy. Your head coach has never spoken to this guy, and I have to wonder. I'm not telling you or we're not in Steve Kerr's mind. I just wonder how he feels about this. I know he loved Andrew Wiggins. I know Andrew Wiggins was not a headache for him. Not to say that Jimmy, if he comes here, maybe he won't be a headache for him. I know he is tight though with Eric Spoelstra. Eric Spoelstra was on his staff in Paris. They had to have had conversations about this. They had to have. And I'm very curious to see the relationship and the dynamic between one Steve Kerr, one Jimmy Butler, and how this is all going to, work here. Not just this season, but in the summertime, in the off season, in the future. Listen, every stop Jimmy had, it started out great early on. Great. It was fun. And then something happened. We talked with Danny Habinovitz yesterday of 560 WQAM in Miami, co-host of the Joe Rowe Show. Very tapped into all things Miami Heat and Jimmy Butler. He still doesn't know what really happened between him and Pat Riley. Something happened and it blew up.
Joe, it's called money. They didn't want to give him the extension.
I don't know if it's that simple. Something else happened that fractured that relationship between them. And was it as simple as Pat Riley telling the Jimmy to shut up last year? It might have been that.
What fractured Clay with the Warriors? Money.
Oh, I think it was a lot of things. I think it was he felt disrespected not getting closing time opportunities. I think he felt entitled to certain minutes on the court. I think there was a lot of factors in there.
Okay.
I don't think he felt appreciated by the team.
I thought if we boiled it down to, I think, money and respect regarding the contract and the money and the years.
But he also has to realize that he got paid for not playing for a lot of years. So I don't know.
But he didn't. Yeah, see that he didn't.
I don't know.
He didn't want to hear that. I'll tell you that right now.
I don't know. So again, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm very curious to see how this is going to work with Steve Kerr, because this is going to be the toughest task he's ever had as a head coach.
Yeah, but think about Eric Spoelstra and what they run down in Miami. It is the closest to a boot camp that you're going to find.
You think it's like Patriot Way, kind of? You think it's Bill Belichick level?
Analogy. It is the military, like in regimented. Yes, absolutely. Like get in shape, or get out. Hassan Whiteside, you're not going to get on board. Get out of here. Dion Waiters, you're playing the best ball of your career, and then all of a sudden you gain a little weight. Get on out of here. Their whole mantra is discipline and be quiet and don't be a this, don't be a that. The Warriors culture is completely different from that. The Warriors culture is more like the theater class. Be yourself. Just be yourself, unless you're a young guy. If you're a young guy,
don't be yourself.
Do not talk.
Okay.
But like, if you're an older guy, be yourself, right?
Right.
It's just a totally... Now, are they friends? I'm talking about Spoelstra and Kerr. Absolutely. When I think of Eric Spoelstra, I think of and this is a good thing, micromanager who is on top of everything. Standing there like this, look at my hand on my face, like literally just like lording over the court, thinking about who he can yank and put in the doghouse next. When I think of Steve Kerr, it's kind of like, you guys figure it out. And I'm not, they're just different styles. Phil Jackson was a sit with my legs crossed, never get up, never show panic.
Let them figure it out kind of thing. Hey, I'm not calling a timeout here. You guys figure it out.
There's many coaching styles. And I look at the culture of the Warriors. If you're a veteran, it is night and day different than whatever the culture is for the Miami Heat, whether you're a veteran or not. That's just my interpretation.
Well, it's funny you say that, because we know what Heat culture is, and I think we've had this conversation on this airways in the past. Whenever they play the Heat, it's just like, oh, Heat culture this, Heat culture that. What is the culture of the Golden State Warriors that Jimmy Butler is walking into here? What would you say is the defining trait of the culture of this Golden State Warriors team as currently constructed? Because
okay.
I don't know what the culture is here right now.
What is it, or what do they want it to be?
No, what is it? Right? I'm asking, what is it? I don't care what they want it to be. What is it?
Question. I
don't know. I don't know.
I think they're very they're caught in between identities.
Right? And it goes to this quote from Mike Dunleavy. He feels like he is bringing someone, a guy that could not only attach to the culture, but, they've picked a path and that they're ready to settle on something. Mike Dunleavy talking about picking a path with the addition of Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that sense we picked a path, and it fits the two timeline approach. I had to get that one in. No, I mean, again, I think we've picked a path, and we're going in a direction, and we have three kind of older generational players. But the beauty of the whole thing to me is that we've got a lot of good complementary pieces. We've got assets. We've got young players. So in some ways, in terms of our financial stuff, there's a commitment. But on the whole, I think we'll have a lot of flexibility and ability to improve the roster, change things, do what we need to do to complement this core.
All right, so you heard it there. They've picked a path. And is that refreshing for you, Joe Shasky, that they've picked a path finally? Whether it's one way or another, they've picked a path.
Yeah, we know where this is going. And where it's going is we're exhausting everything for the next 2 years, and we're all in to try to win one championship. And really anything short of that is a failure.
Which sounds crazy. I get it, because you're trying to maximize Stephen Curry. If they get to a finals, though, at some point in these next 2 years, I'd consider that a success. Like, I truly believe with this addition here, I don't think this makes them a legit championship contender, but you're telling the fans here, hey, we got Steph, one of the guys that you wanted him to be with, fan base. We're putting it on him. We're going to see. That said, I hear you. I just have a hard time saying championship or bust. Not this season, but the next two, just given everything that's taken place here now. Like, Jimmy
did you
Butler,
think that about the Dallas Mavericks a year and a half ago?
With the Kyrie Irving edition?
Like before they made the Kyrie deal.
Like, what do you mean?
I didn't see Dallas as some contender.
Well, no, because they only had one guy.
Things change, right? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm going at. Houston, did anyone think Houston was going to be that team this year?
No, they didn't, but they nailed their draft picks. The Warriors don't really have like draft picks.
But we still were very skeptical on Houston.
Okay, well, I am. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm very skeptical. I'm skeptical on all these teams still in the West.
I hear you.
So that is part of it where I'm talking to myself. Sure. Well, in the summertime, for sure, I'm very interested to see what happens here.
Look, for this year, they've got a lot of holes. Yeah. A lot of holes to fill it out for this year. But for the year after, and the year after that, like we'll have a whole entire offseason to be able to figure that out.
What kind of culture is Jimmy Butler walking into right now in Golden State? 888-957-9570. Steel Toe in San Mateo joining us here on the Morning Roast. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. What's going on, Steel Toe?
Hello.
What the Warriors doing. And, I'm really positive with Jimmy Butler's energy coming to the team. And I'm just more worried about tomorrow night's closing lineup, like you guys were talking about. What's the closing lineup without Kuminga? I think they need to get that right because I think they could win against Chicago. But if Steve Kerr is not really establishing a closing lineup, I think we could miss an opportunity to win. And I don't know if Looney should be the closing lineup at center, or like you guys might have thought of having Moses as the power forward at closing.
Look, they're going to close with Draymond, right? So when you close with Kevon Looney and Draymond, this is really constipated in the half court.
We literally saw that against the Lakers series 2 years ago. It just wasn't good enough
at all.
They just absolutely picked them apart. They just didn't respect either of those guys. And the Warriors still have players on here right now that the Lakers and other teams aren't going to respect. Shooting the ball. That's just, they're never going to respect Gary Payton. They're never going to respect Draymond Green.
It's smart scouting.
I was at the Lakers game a couple weeks ago when GP2 hit his first 2 threes. I was like, oh, that was a mistake. Like that was like, it sounds horrible. The Dylan Brooks. You guys do the reverse Dylan Brooks. I was like, oh, he feels good. He feels confident. He's going to keep shooting. And then he shot a couple more and they missed because that's the scouting report. Like JJ Redick, he knows these guys. He's played against these players. That's a benefit for a guy like JJ Redick, who's now head coach of Los Angeles Lakers. He's played against all these guys. He knows these players inside and out, and he knows Draymond Green better than anybody. He's saying, yeah, great. Keep shooting the ball. And he was 2 of 2 last night from beyond the arc. That was great. Didn't attempt another one after that. 20, I keep going back to this show. 20 3-point attempts for Steph last night.
What
20? What you're saying? What's the better option? I know.
I'm asking.
That's the sad part. You can't have that.
Why do you think they made the move for Butler?
Who doesn't shoot threes, by the way? But I hear you.
No, I'm saying it's also to balance the floor out a little.
I know. But again, it just harps everything. If this team can't shoot 3-pointers and they're a 3-point shooting team, they're not going anywhere. They were 16 of 53 last night. Lakers are 13 of 35. The Warriors attempted 18 more 3-point shots and only made 3 more than the Lakers, who attempted 35.
Yeah, I don't view the Lakers as some high volume.
They're not
3-point.
They're not a 3-point shooting team.
They're a heavy pick and roll, ISO, get downhill, use our athleticism type of a team.
Well, they're going to add Luka, who does shoot the 3 ball, which is going to be very interesting to see how that works.
Absolutely. And LeBron actually shooting at the best clip of his career, or close to it.
6 of 9 last night. He was doing some logo threes, too.
How about his play late in the game where he just knew that ball was going to Buddy Hield and he jumped the passing lane?
Yeah.
He's 2 players over. I mean, I try to explain this to the young kids out there. Man-to-man defense is not man-to-man defense. It's help defense.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what the whole thing is all built on helping and shifting and, jumping into passing lanes and anticipating 1, 2, and 3 passes away and where you need to be. And you just see the high IQ of LeBron on a play like that. And that was a huge play.
It was. And then you saw some mental lapses from a guy like Steph Curry in the parts of this game where it's just the turnovers, where it's just not paying attention.
Yeah.
And that's the difference, right? Like those little mental mistakes are going to cost you, and they're going to capitalize. Like a guy like LeBron, and I'll say this.
His IQ is through the roof.
His IQ, that's the thing.
It's through the roof.
Him with Luka, 2 of the smartest, offensively for Luka, but 2 of the smartest and high IQ guys in the league getting together. That's why I think it's going to work at the end of the day, because they're just smart players.
They're awesome.
Draymond Green.
They're going to be great.
Draymond Green, say what you want about him and his antics, all this stuff. One of the smartest players in the league, and he is invaluable in late game situations defensively. Again,
this
offensively.
This is why it's so frustrating with Draymond. Like, Joe, you're bringing it up.
Yeah.
He's one of the smartest players ever. Yet
he does something.
He fails to realize that if you just square up to the hoop every now and then and hit a midi, like it would change. It would change the whole trigonometry of the half court.
Right.
And like last night, if I watch another highlight of him smoking that layup and them zooming in on Luka and Luka laughing, it's just twisting the knife.
Luka on the bench is still wild to get used to. And then Jimmy's going to be on the bench. Like, I'm just here for the memes at this point,
The internet is laughing at Draymond.
The memes are going to be unbelievable between Draymond and Jimmy.
There's one with him and Steph, and it's the meme is something about them going to the club, and Draymond's like the hater of the crew.
Right.
When Steph tries to hook up with the hot chick.
Right.
It's I'm paraphrasing, but there's like the internet is making fun of Draymond like ad nauseum. And you know what? I'll defend Draymond. I did it early. I'll do it again. Thank God you fouled LeBron hard. Finally.
There you go.
About time. About time. Do you not see what he thinks of you? He mocked you. Like, stop with this buddy clutch thing. Like, just stop, dude. You can have them represent you. You cannot bow down to the king every single second. Stop it. Like, you play with the Warriors. You're here with Steph. You're not getting traded. There's nowhere to go. No one wants you. You're here. So just be the bad guy. Just lean into it. Foul the hell out of him super hard. Take the flagrant. Who cares? That guy literally was making fun of you yesterday. That was embarrassing. And I'm glad it went down because he needed to see LeBron's not your friend. LeBron has been playing you as a fool for years. And it's we've all seen it from afar. It's like, Draymond, stop with the LeBron thing. Stop it. When you guys playing careers over, you guys can be buddies, whatever. Not while you're playing. Not when you're on this team with that player as your greatest player next to you in Steph Curry. Just stop it. I love that he fouled LeBron hard.
It's the new NBA. They're all friends. They're all going to hang out.
No, that's why I got Jimmy Butler. That's why I got Jimmy Butler. I got Jimmy Butler because I don't want to be friends with everybody else in the NBA. Okay. I don't want to.
Well, he might not be friends with his own teammates here, so we'll see with that. Okay,
good. Bring some saltiness.
Good. Hey, Draymond Green, your thoughts on Jimmy Butler coming to the Tubs?
I respect it because, Mike came into this situation and he could very easily be like, that ain't the right move to make it. And to do that could save his ass. And he didn't. He was so aggressive in trying to make a move to give us an opportunity. And I respect that because in a sense, it kind of puts him on the forefront, like for this thing to work, And so for us as players, specifically myself and Steph as leaders, you got to respect that and you got to make him right. And he made a move for us that helps us. And so it's on us to now go make him right.
Made a move for us. And he made it. Draymond basically saying it right there. He made a job to save his own career. Or made a move to save his own career. Like, that was a massive, massive move for obviously the next couple 3 years. But for Mike Dunleavy himself, because if we are here today, post-trade deadline, and it was nothing, it would have been, again, heads on spikes, pitchforks, the fire, everything would have been, everyone would have been hounding for not only Mike Dunleavy, quite frankly, Draymond Green in part of this too, because Draymond Green better be thankful to Mike at this point because Kevin Durant said no to coming to the Warriors, most likely because of you, Draymond. And fans are going to start turning on you quickly saying, you know what, Draymond, you were the reason we didn't get KD. You're the reason we didn't get anything this trade deadline. And now we're stuck. Now we're going to stink. We're not going to make the play-in. And we're cooked. So, yeah, Draymond should be very thankful to Mike Dunleavy here.
I agree with you. They are really going to walk this tightrope. And look, I'm here for it. I'm telling you right now, like they've earned my trust. This could go down in flames, but they're going to walk this tightrope.
Cirque du Soleil.
You got 3 old guys over 35 with a lot of mileage on them, and you're relying on them to like play nice and be good. And now you're relying on your GM to kind of work the roster around them. So that'll take some time. Draymond got hit in the neck yesterday. It was just like an inadvertent play. It was not that severe of a play. And I thought, oh boy, that's a stinger. And he went back to the locker room. I think we were all thinking the same thing. Just this thing is so delicate. It is a house of cards, and their ages and just everything. I mean, if they play 50 combined games all together next year, I would be shocked. 50 together.
Is any of this feel
like, think about it.
Does any of this feel Brooklyn Nets-ish with Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, Jason Terry?
That was the Nets, though. And when I just think of the Nets organization.
I understand, and Steph is probably better right now. Well, I keep saying Steph is better right now, and then he keeps having some of these performances, like games and weeks.
But then you see him hit some shots, and you're like, oh my God, he's amazing.
I know. He does look a little step. I know he's an all-star starter. By the way, I think the teams, whatever, it's going to be KD, Steph, LeBron on Team Shaq, which is awesome, by the way.
No, it's the old guys on one team.
I don't know what Kenny Smith was doing, by the way. That might have been the worst draft I've ever seen in my life when I saw that team Jesus, Kenny.
What are we doing to
He's
the
not a
All-Star
GM.
game? Like, what we've just, God, this is just the NBA in a whole. We're overthinking the whole thing. Just East-West. What are we doing?
They have to.
Why are we making
excitement.
it so difficult? Okay,
Blame the players first and foremost.
Elevator pitched me right now. Pretend like I don't know. Elevator pitched me exactly what they're doing for the All-Star game, like I'm my wife.
Hey, Joe Shasky, you were a captain in school, right? You were picking teams, after school during recess. You were a captain.
Yeah, we were 2 teams.
2 teams, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're going 3 teams here.
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to have 2 other co-captains, all right? You're going to be competing.
So are there 3 benches?
There's 3 benches.
Okay, how many quarters are we playing if there's 3 teams?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
All right, I'm a little more confused already.
Don't worry, we're playing hoops, all right? And you get to pick, and it's going to be a snake draft. You've done fantasy football, right? Snake draft. Very easy.
Yeah.
You pick.
Can I auto pick?
Carter picks, then Carter picks, I pick, you pick. No, you're not going to do the auto pick. This isn't Yahoo Fantasy, all right? This is real life.
Okay.
You could have LeBron James. You could have Anthony Edwards on the same team. You could have Jason Tatum on there too from the East. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be exciting? And then not only do you get your guys, but you're going to up against Carter and myself or Sam. Isn't that fun? Isn't that exciting? Putting some extra juice on it.
It's kind of confusing.
What's confusing about it?
I mean, can't we just go East-West?
No,
like
because I want to. But don't you want to see Jaylen Brown and LeBron play together, or Jason Tatum and LeBron, or James Harden and Dame Lillard? Wouldn't that be fun?
I've seen James Harden and Dame Lillard play together.
Yeah, well, I did my best.
I know.
I did my best. That was
also
me.
like it's absurd.
Real quick, by the way, Team
the format is absurd, right?
Team Shaq.
The jerseys look cool.
Team Shaq. LeBron, Steph, Anthony Davis, Jason Tatum, Kevin Durant,
the old
Damian
guys.
Lillard, James Harden, Jaylen Brown, and then Jaylen Brown's not old. That's a really good. That's the team, right? Like that team is
the old guys.
And here's Team Kenny. Anthony Edwards, Jalen Brunson, Jaren Jackson Jr.
I love JJ.
Jalen Williams, Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, Tyler Hero, and Cade Cunningham. I like some of those players.
That's the all don't pass team.
Oh my God.
Right?
No, that's the team that you ask someone like who any of these players are, and outside of Anthony Edwards, people are going to look at you like, huh? Those guys are in the All-Star game? I love Jalen Brunson. He's not a household name. Anthony Edwards, maybe in New York City he is. Anthony Edwards, he's the guy. Darius Garland, God love him. Evan Mobley, God love him. Cade Cunningham's a rising star.
Here's my favorite. Like the boss and I have like this inside joke about, just league pass and everything. My brother, like he's like everybody else. He's busy. He's got a life. He's doing all these different
He's not
things.
watching Charlotte Hornets basketball.
We sit down to eat the other day, right? Where big slice of pizza comes and he turns to me and goes, man,
round table?
Is Cleveland for real? I go, the Cavs? And he goes, yeah, man, like the record is incredible. Like, are they for real? I go, because this is the joke that the boss always says. I go, can you name a Cleveland Cavalier? Brother's like, did they get Kyle Lowry? Is Kyle Lowry with the Cleveland Cavs?
It's true though. Like,
but he's not alone. Like Evan Mobley could come into the room and he's a very good young player. No one would know what he looks like.
No, but he's huge and he's probably a basketball player. He's like
but
7
you wouldn't
feet tall.
know which huge tall basketball player he was.
Real quick, we're gonna get the shameless shout outs here in a second. 888-957-9570.
Does anyone think they're real?
Team Chuck, Nikola Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Victor Wembanyama. All right, this is a fun team.
Yeah, it's the European team.
Yeah, Pascal Siakam, Alperen Şengün, Karl Anthony Towns, Donovan Mitchell. That's the other team like to be excited about. Like that's a good team.
Yeah, it's the world and Spider.
Shameless shout outs time. Are we ready for it? You ready? Oh, I put him on the spot. I put Carter on the spot back there.
Yeah, I'm a shameless, horrible.
All right, I'm going to start it off here, Spadoni, and I'll throw it to you.
Please.
My shout out goes to all the 8th graders this weekend who already have or will be playing some of their final games in CYO. There's a lot of kids that maybe won't go on to the next level to play. And so I'm coaching this St. Brendan's team that I've had since 3rd grade. A lot of these kids, they were like 8, 9, 10 years old when I first started coaching them. And tonight, conceivably could be the last game that I coach these guys. And I love them all, even though I want to kill them. And we're going up against San Francisco Day tonight at the Herbert Center.
Justin?
No, the Herbert Center at Stewart Hall. As I look over at young Carter, a Stewart Hall grad, and then you've got, I believe, St. Cecilia's 8th grade is playing against Town School tonight. Coached a lot of those kids in baseball, so there's a lot of big games going on. And this is what I would say: hey, look, at the end of the day, we all want to win. Blah 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 blah. You're going to look back and say, it was really cool. I got to play with all my buddies for as long as I did. And these are the best times of all time. Parents, don't lose your minds with the referees. Referees, call a good game as best you can. And just remember, everybody, it's sports. It's supposed to be fun. And you're all going to be going to high school together next year. At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. The memories are what's most important. But good luck, and I hope we win.
Your knowledge of high school or middle school athletics is insane. I just wanted to let you know that. It's a credit to you and what you do with the youth sports and all that. The encyclopedia in my brain does not have the bandwidth to add any of that into it. I already have 2 kids, so a lot of the random sports knowledge I knew 5-6 years ago already out the window. But your knowledge of all things city and Bay Area when it comes to all the schools, it's incredible. No, seriously, it's amazing. Shout out, mine's simple. Shout out to all the roasters for being so welcoming, so forthcoming. Some of you, not so much, but that's okay. It's different. It's new. I'm excited. This is good. I could not have asked for a better week of content. So it's insane. Thank you, Adam Silver, for all of it. And we got the Super Bowl to react to potentially on Monday. What if Jimmy Butler goes off tomorrow against the Bulls? We got so much to get into next week too. I'm so excited. We got Bonte joining us at 9:00 today. So excited to chat with him. That's going to be every single Friday as well. So thank you to the roasters. Thank you to you, Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman, Carter, Matt. It's been awesome. It's been a fun week, and we're going to keep doing it, man. Go ahead.
I'll echo that because my boy Ralph just texted in. I'm going to throw it to you, Carter, here. Shout out, Bonte. Congrats to my brother for all the success and better life balance. Shout out to Shasky. Happy for you to continue to build what you started. Keep the passion, keep the energy, keep it real. And congratulations to Joe Spadoni. And this is from Ralph, my boy. You got this, young man. Cheers. You're doing great.
Cheers.
Love you, Ralph. What do you got, Carter?
Ralph totally stole my thunder, but I was going to say congratulations to Joe Spadoni is my shout out today.
I love that.
Heck of a first week, dude.
Thanks, man. Not bad for a G League MVP. What's up, Sam?
I'm going to shout out Carter for absolutely killing it on the board here these last few days. He's got big shoes to fill, falling in behind Joe Spadoni here. But let me tell you something. This guy, Carter, we talk about how great of a board op Joe Spadoni was. I don't know, man. Carter, he's on the rise here. I'm feeling it. No, I'm very, very happy to have you back here, Carter. And, of course, shout out to you, Spadoni. You're doing good. I assume those first 3 days were good. I didn't really listen, but I was out of commission there. Sure. But and then a bonus shout-out here because I can't just do one shout-out. You know how I like shout-outs, plural. Shout out Kevin Durant for standing on business this week. You know, he had a chance to come back here. He said, you know what? I don't really want to come back here. I don't want to be a Warrior again. You know what? It sucks that he's not going to be back here, but shout out to you, KD, for staying true to who you are, and I still wish for the best for you for the rest of your career.
Man, Kevin Durant really was like, nah, I'm good.
I'm going to be real with you. He just sealed his fate. Like, you're done, KD. You ain't winning nothing in Phoenix.
Okay.
It's kind of moronic, actually.
You sound mad at him for doing that.
Because I'm sad that I watched one of the greatest basketball players of all time choose a horrific path for the end of his career.
Well, I mean, that was his choice, though.
Yeah, and he's got to live with it.
Okay, I think he'll be fine living with it. I think he'll be just fine living with it.
Alvin Harper. Do you know the name?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. No, well, yeah. But you know what he did?
What?
He left for the big money in Tampa Bay, which I know that he probably is fine. Oh, I got big money. He was never the same.
Not his money, though.
And he's not even close to as good as my man KD. It's just sad, dude.
Everyone's situation is different. Dante in San Francisco, he has a shout-out. What's going on, Dante?
What's up, Dante?
Spadoni and Shasky.
Yes, morning. I want to give a shout-out to my team, the 6th grade St. John Eagles.
Let's go.
Going for a repeat championship.
Eagles fly.
Repeat championship. We play tomorrow. And
where at?
We win tomorrow. We go to championship. We play tomorrow at St. John.
Oh, nice.
12 o'clock game, 6th grade boys.
Nice. Congratulations. My dad's a St. John's kid and all his sisters. My grandfather used to be the athletic director there for many, many years.
The knowledge.
Many, many years.
Nice. Yeah.
Shout out Glen Park. Good luck, man. Good luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dante.
Cool.
Let's go to the 510. Shout out to my daughters, Mia and Kaya, for doing so well in soccer, all while getting A's in school. Hey, Mia, Kaya, you're doing a hell of a job. Hey, and shout out to you, Pops or Mom, for texting that in. You're doing a hell of a job, too.
And let me shout out one more thing. Shout out all of the last-second pushes for Valentine's Day next week. Yes, you guys that are out there, just remember, Valentine's going to cost you some money. Flowers, a gift, a dinner, something. It's the worst holiday, period. Hands down, not even close.
Yeah, any holiday they have to show
It's the
love
worst.
to. Any holiday you show love to a significant other, it's horrible.
Every day should be Valentine's
Cruiser
Day.
in the 209. What's up, Cruiser? What's your shout out?
What's going on, fellas? First of all, shout out to you, Spadoni, man. Way to handle it down. I'm pulling for you. You're my guy. Also, shout out to my favorite all-time greatest newscaster ever, Dennis Richmond.
Great
Rest
call.
in peace. We love you, my man.
Great
Always
call.
love you. And finally, shout out to Adam Silver for swinging the league. This was an inside job. This is dirty. It smells rotten to the core. And the Mavericks fans, y'all deserve better. Thanks, fellas. Peace.
He's going QAnon here. He's going conspiracy theory that Adam Silver was the guy that. Yeah, thank you. I love the X-Files theme. That was a Townie special.
I do believe that Adam Silver put his thumb on the scale to a degree.
Really? He said ratings are down, money's down. You guys need to trade Luka.
You put the biggest international star on the biggest brand on the planet. Yeah, I think there's something to that. Yes.
I mean, it's the NBA. It's the history of the commissioner meddling with things. I mean,
exactly.
the Patrick
frozen
Ewing draft.
envelope.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
maybe this was retribution for the league nixing the deal with the Lakers when they should have gotten Chris Paul to pair with Kobe Bryant, and the league said, "Oh no, we don't want to do that. Oh, we don't want to watch something fun and exciting." So where was the league then for the biggest brand? Huh? That missed me with the conspiracies.
No, Silver's been trying to rectify that for a while.
Yeah, David Stern. Everyone wants to say
Die-hard Lakers fan, Adam Silver.
David Stern. Really, that was one of the. Don't speak ill of the dead. 888-957-9570 is coming up here. Should we get to injury report? Who's injured? Anyone in this Super Bowl? Something? I don't know. Something's happening. Yeah, that's right. There is a football game on Sunday. You wouldn't know it listening to our station this week because it's just been action-packed from start to finish with NBA coverage, trade deadline, all of that. Jimmy Butler is a Warrior. Luka's a Laker. This, that, and the other. But there is a big game on Sunday, and it is the Super Bowl in New Orleans. And the Eagles are wondering if Devontae Smith will be playing in it. What? Smith is dealing with a hamstring injury that has him listed as questionable for the big game on Sunday. He has been a limited participant in practice so far this week. The hope is he can be a full participant today. That would be a huge blow for the Philadelphia Eagles. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers, I should say, get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Kalshi. It's more calls and texts. We got Brian Baldinger, 8:30, previewing the Super Bowl, live from New Orleans. And then we got Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock. Plus, your chance to play Knockout at the Chase Center floor coming up next, Joe Shasky, on 95.7 The Game. Friday. It's 8 o'clock. I'm feeling great. The sun's kind of peeking out. Is the rain stopping? God, I hope so. Jimmy Butler's a Warrior. Luka Doncic is a Laker. They haven't made their debuts yet, but, and not Butler, but Jimmy is going to make his debut, according to reports, it looks like tomorrow in Chicago, Joe Shasky. You're going to be locked in, but I got to tell you, the conversations behind the scenes, maybe we do need to have an after-hours podcast, Joe Shasky, just to talk about what we were just talking about.
I'm cool off that.
You think we're going to get in trouble? We're just talking about McDonald's. Mickey D's. What's wrong with that?
Sometimes locker room talk isn't for the larger audience.
You know what it is for the larger audience, though? I'll tell you this right now. Not only the knockout tournament, and I'm going to be giving away a keyword here in the next 10 to 15 minutes to qualify someone for the knockout tournament. Got to be listening for the keyword here, 10 to 15 minutes. But also, the Slam Dunk in Las Vegas contest is for everyone. Check this out. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4. So that's a winner and 3 guests. 1 winner, 3 guests, to Las Vegas, and $20,000. That's right, $20K. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience, hell yeah, for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. And winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20K. I always get so jealous of these contests because I can't do them because we're like Odyssey employees, so there's like insider trading there.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, just send us there. We don't have to give us $20K. Just send us there.
Yeah.
I want to go to Stadium Swim. I want to have a good time. I need a tan. God, I look like a vampire right now.
When was the last time you went to Vegas?
Decade ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah, a lot's changed.
Yeah, no, I haven't. No, seriously.
You could go like next week, and then the week after that, it would be totally different.
I don't go to Vegas. Like, I don't go there. Like, but now, like, with Circa, Stadium Swim, I'll rock the Speedo. I'll get the tan lines going. I played water polo in high school. Let's go. It wasn't very good, but I played. Also, shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Once again, knockout tournament. Be listening for a keyword here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And I'm going to give it to you. And then between 8:30 and 9, so right after Brian Baldinger, who's going to join us at 8:30, right after Baldy, you're going to hear a sounder, and you're going to give us the keyword, and you will win a spot. That is the sounder. Next segment, not now, but next segment, you're going to hear that after Baldy, and you're going to give the keyword, be the first caller, and you will qualify for the knockout tournament. Also have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. The knockout tournament is Monday, March 3rd. All right. We've been talking all morning. Yeah, the Lakers lost, but more than that, it's Jimmy Butler and the expectations now. So we're all here now. Jimmy's a Warrior. Whether you like it or not, he's a Warrior. What are your expectations, Warriors fans, with Jimmy Buckets this season? Not next year, not the year after that, but this season. Is it just make the play-in and we'll see what happens? Is it fighting for the 6th seed and maybe winning a round or 2? See, I do think if they can get to a series and if they prove that from here on out, what do they got? About 30 games left in the season? What are they? They're 25 and 26. I was just doing some math. 51 games. 31 games left in the season. If they can prove themselves to be a, 7 fringe 6 spot, I think they've shown that they can maybe win a series here in the West. That's what they would have shown me to that point, Joe Shasky. Now, how's it going to look? How are egos going to be played? How is Jonathan Kuminga going to fit into all this when he comes back? So I'm very curious to see how this team is going to look tomorrow. It might look clunky at times. It might look great instantly. What are your expectations early on here as Jimmy may be making his debut tomorrow against the Chicago Bulls?
Well, I mean, I think the proper thing is wait and see, right? And I know it's not the most exciting thing to say. I'm not going to say, I gotta win. Like, for them to go 20 and 11, I think they need to do to go to 46 wins. That's aggressive.
Yeah.
That would be the best basketball they've played in 3 years, right? 20 and 11?
Well, it'd be the best basketball they've played all season, first of all, outside of the 12 and 3 start. So, no, it'd be the same because you're 9 games over 500. That's equal to what they did at the start of the season.
To me,
They've
it
been
starts
a
with
sub-500 team since then.
Solidify yourself into the play-in, right? Get into the 7, 8, 9 slot and just try to solidify yourself into the plan and give yourself a puncher's chance for this year. You've dug such a crummy hole, and that's why that Utah loss the other night, it just eats at you. And then what does it look like? What does it look like? We'll know, I think, pretty early on, especially late in games, what it looks like. If Steph's getting better looks, if Jimmy is going to the rim, and just the offensive flow in the final 4 or 5 minutes doesn't look so. Just the word I would use isn't even desperate. I'm talking about the final 4 or 5 minutes of offense. It's just so singularly focused on Steph save us. It's like straight hero ball. It's the antithesis of everything they stood for during their golden years, which was, we're going to kill you with balance, and we're not going to force one thing. Right. Well, now it's all Steph reliant, and I just think they need to get away from that.
Who's 37 years old, not to cut you off, and has bilateral knee tendonitis. Now do everything for us, Steph.
Exactly.
That's unfair to that guy at this point.
100%.
And that's why I'm not as hard as, again, 23-point attempts last night. What are we doing? But he feels like he has to do that right now to keep this team afloat. So I'm not going to be that hard on Steph. But it is alarming to see all this wear and tear on top of him, both physically and also mentally. And you were seeing the decline here in the last few weeks. So can Jimmy Butler not only give the team a boost, but Stephen Curry specifically? That's going to be the question. How those two play together is going to ultimately decide how far this team can go.
Yeah.
If Jimmy and Steph can coexist on the court, maybe, just maybe, this team could do something in the playoffs. I don't know what.
Well,
can
we get there first?
Well, that's the thing. I said maybe, just maybe, and we'll see. Speaking of,
I just have such a hard time trying to project what they couldn't do. We got to see it. And this is a very unique player who, look, at times is going to be a ball stopper. To me, I think the ideal way to utilize Jimmy Butler, forget the final 5 minutes.
Sure.
Jimmy or Steph needs to be on the floor at all times.
Yeah.
Too many times. And look, the other night they kind of got away with it. Steph and Dre came off the floor at the same time. And it was like, oh my God. And they extended the lead. This is against Utah. It was when those two were on the floor that things started to kind of go awry. And it was not just them. It was larger than them. But Jimmy or Steph needs to be on the floor at all times. And then I think when Jimmy's on the floor, I think you've had a little taste of this with Dennis Schroeder. You've got to play a little to his strengths. That's what God, Kuminga needs to come back so bad.
Yeah, they really miss him.
He needs to come back so bad. Kuminga's been out a month.
Yeah.
I think he got hurt on the 3rd of January. I could be wrong.
It feels like he's been out for a longer than that. But yeah.
Could there have been a worse timed absence than right now?
No, it's a great point. Speaking of Jimmy Butler and how he feels about, fitting onto this team, yada, 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 this, that, and the other. He spoke to the media yesterday alongside Mike Dunleavy prior to the game in Los Angeles. And this is what he had to say in regard to himself. He views himself as a winner.
I think our personalities are going to be fine. I would like to say that I am a winner. I haven't won it, but I would like to call myself a winner. I do want to win it being a championship. And as far as playing with Steph, everybody knows he's the greatest shooter in the world, greatest shooter in history. Makes my job a lot easier. I probably got a lot more space out there. But more than anything, I think it's always going to be a team effort. We all got a lot more space out there, so we'll see how it goes.
Views himself as a winner, and I would view him that way too. We talked about the last 2 days. I'm very high on Jimmy Butler, the player on the court, and the mentality he brings on the court. Off the court, a lot of other stuff, not a huge fan of. But on the court, what he brings to this team, what they desperately need, is that pit bull, that Rottweiler, that dog mentality. Hell, Chihuahua to a degree, all right? Because they defend people, all right? I love them around Chihuahuas. George, Los Altos, what's going on, man? What are your expectations with this Golden State Warriors team with the addition of Jimmy Butler now? What's up, man?
First of all, welcome to the Morning Roast. Joe knows that I've been a regular caller for 2 or 3 years now, so welcome. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm thinking we didn't give up one of the most beloved players on our roster without getting at least a 6 seed. And that's my expectation. And, the other thing I think we're having a tendency to not to forget, and Joe just mentioned the name Kuminga. Look at what he did in his 3 games before he went down with the injury. Wasn't he averaging close to 30 points a game?
I have it right here.
He was.
Yeah, so here's just the final 5 games that he's played. The 27th, 34 points. The 28th, this is of December, 34 points. Against Cleveland, they got blown out. He only had 18. And then they beat Philly, and that was a blowout as well. He had 20. And then the game he got hurt, he had 13. So to your point, yeah, he was rolling.
Yeah. And if he comes back and he's doing anything close to what he was doing before he got hurt, and you couple that with now having Jimmy, which takes the pressure off of Steph, I don't see why we can't get at least to the 6th seed. What are we, 3 games out of the 6 or 4?
In the loss column, so I have the standings up right now, and appreciate the call, George. So this is where the Warriors are at right now. They're the 11th spot. They're 25 and 26. They're tied with Sacramento, but the Kings have the tie break over them, obviously. So 25 and 26. The 6th seed currently are the Minnesota Timberwolves. They're 29 and 23. They have actually been pretty hot. They've won 2 in a row. They're 7-3 in their last 10. It's going to be tough, but it's not impossible.
No.
The Timberwolves have been inconsistent this season. I think the Lakers are going to be going on a little bit of a run. They're going on right now.
I agree.
I think they're going to be maybe
a top 4
seed.
I think that's where that's trending.
Yeah. The Clippers, who knows? They're 4-6 in their last 10. They've lost 3 in a row all of a sudden. The Clippers, they're relying on guys that are older and that have huge injury concerns. Like Kawhi Leonard, what if he gets hurt again? He's out.
I've counted them out all year, though, and they've been way better than we have.
They're very well coached. I love Ty Lue. He's so underrated.
Terrence Mann trade was, I don't know, it was interesting. I like Terrence Mann probably more than most.
Norman Powell's been a baller for him. We've already been talking about
Norman
that.
Powell, 17th best scorer in the NBA.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Right. Mavericks, I think everyone's expecting them to go on a run now with the addition of Anthony Davis.
They're really intriguing.
Very intriguing. We'll see. I thought they were going to be on the Kevin Durant talks, but I guess not. I think the Suns
are free falling.
They're cooked.
I totally agree.
The Sun is cooked. If they're not good.
Well,
what do they do well? I've watched a lot of their games. We're talking about League Pass.
Yeah. They're kind of like the Warriors. This is what they do well. They're constantly in the news cycle for trade rumors.
They get blown out way more than the Warriors, though. Blown out.
They blew out the Warriors.
I know. It's hilarious to say that, right?
I know.
But I
don't understand what they're doing.
And Kevin Durant now is feeling like his organization doesn't love him anymore. He's I don't know why am I
shocker.
Just saying.
And then the Kings, I believe the Kings lost last night, and they're talking about their, basically they have no point guard anymore. It's well, yeah, you traded your guy away.
You wanted to go. You bring in Zach LaVine. It's hard to create that. There was a level of consistency and camaraderie and knowing your, teammates that you can't underrate when things like this happen. So will Jimmy Butler be a seamless transition? Probably not.
No.
So just like Zach LaVine hasn't been a seamless transition with the Sacramento Kings, probably not Jimmy with Steph and Draymond. It takes time, especially in this system.
It's interesting because I'm seeing the teams that are below the Warriors, and I know we want to look upward, but Blazers have been on fire.
Steiny's been on this.
They've been on fire.
Winning for Chauncey. Okay. 9-1 in their last 10. They've won 6 in a row. All of a sudden, they're 3 back of the loss column from the Golden State Warriors. The Spurs, we're not talking about them.
I love that.
Fox.
I love Shoan. I love Castle.
Yeah.
Dude, obviously Victor's the headliner. De'Aaron had 18 in the first half the other day. He looked like he fit in perfect.
The wild, wild west, man. This conference is so stacked with star power now more than ever, which is saying something because they've been dominating the 2000s. They've just been honest. The West has dominated my entire life outside of and Michael Jordan was dominating when I was 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. But for most of my entire life, it's been Lakers. It's been Spurs.
Yeah.
It's been Warriors.
But I would say in the late 90s, mid to late 90s, you had Pacers, Bulls, Knicks that were all excellent. The Heat were excellent. Even
but they weren't winning. The title.
No, only one team won.
Yeah, correct.
But I'm just saying, it was that way. But again, that was almost 30 years ago. So I sound like an old head saying that.
Right.
But yeah, your point about the West being loaded, I think it's going to be really difficult to get into the 6th speed. I mean, again, to get to about 46 wins, what was it, 20-11, I think was the number I had written down. It's hard. 21-10, whatever it is now, because they lost yesterday. That's why losing games like they did the other night to Utah is just really frustrating because you got to stack them.
Well, and this is the thing about the acquisition of Jimmy Butler that I love, because if you are a play-in team now, I don't have great faith in the Warriors in the play-in situation because have they ever won a play-in game before? They're 0-3.
They lost to the Lakers and Memphis in 20.
Yeah, and then now the Kings, so they're 0-3
or whatever.
Yes, so they're 0-3 in play-in scenarios.
Yeah.
That doesn't make me feel good.
Thanks.
Having
Twist the knife.
Well, no. Jimmy Butler, he lives for these kind of games. Do or die situations. He's taking a team from the play-in scenario all the way to the conference finals and maybe the NBA finals. I might be getting them mixed up there, but definitely the conference finals. He's done that. So Jimmy Buckets in a do or die situation, yeah, I'll take my chances alongside Stephen Curry, alongside Draymond Green. Big Smooth is out in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth? You're on Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning, man. Good morning. Listen, man, let's stop. Let me just say this. I played college ball. Had a cup of coffee overseas. But listen,
wow,
ball players can play. We got to stop. Can they play together? Yeah, they can. Just because you play one style doesn't mean you can't play any other style.
I agree.
We said the same thing about Kyrie, Luka. Yeah, they can play together, guys. You think they only know how to play one way? They know how to play other ways. I'll tell you this: every game that Wiggins had 20, Jimmy Butler will get 28. He's because he's not going to miss a bunch of bunnies and layups. I guarantee you he can play, and I guarantee he's going to average about 25. Just wait about 2 games. I'll call back and I'll say, see, guys, they can't play together. I promise you.
Well,
on top of that, I love Wiggins, but we were ready to throw Wiggins out the boat last year. We love Wiggins. I love him. Nice kid. But we were ready to get rid of him. We were ready to get rid of Schroeder, whatever his name, Dennis a minute. But when they're gone, we're like, oh, come on, guys. What are we doing here?
Well, we're talking about Big Smooth, real quick. We're talking about a guy in Jimmy Butler that is playing for, what is it, his 4th team now? 5th team? We're talking about a guy who, is a guy that forces his way off teams and can't play well with others sometimes. So that's why we're having the conversation. Again, on the court, he's been a great player. But something happens, and it's not going to happen this quickly. He's very happy. He's excited. He just got paid. He's going to be moving his family over here. But there is going to be a transition. We're not saying that he can't play well with Steph and Dre. We're not saying that at all. We're just saying, let's wait and see what happens in all of this. I'm very curious to see a guy that doesn't shoot the 3 ball transition to a team that loves to shoot the 3. And again, Andrew Wiggins, do I view him as a great 3-point shooter? No. But Jimmy is going to take a couple here and there, but he's going to be a great mid-range shooter, and he's going to be a great defender, and
I think he also can help. He can help set up for others off dribble.
But I think it's very too simplistic to just say what Big Smooth says. You're like, oh, he's a ball player. They'll figure it out. So these things take time.
Well, I do agree with Smooth in the sense that, look, the really high IQ, sophisticated players all can kind of acquiesce to each other. Sure. And I get what he's saying. The problem is, like, younger players, I think, struggle to adjust to a certain style of play. We heard Eric Paschall. Again, who is Eric Paschall? He's used to having the ball in his hands and scoring. And it's like, yeah, dude, you learn how to set a screen and move without the ball. Like, newsflash, buddy. Like, I don't know if you know this, but, like, you're not that guy, like as the meme goes. So right. Jimmy Butler is going to understand how to play this, how to play with Steph. But what Steph does in terms of how he likes to play is unique even in this league. There aren't a lot of people that operate off ball the way that he does and want to continue to move. I mean, yesterday, Jackson Hayes is guarding Steph Curry on the perimeter.
Your boy
Steph
Jackson
just
Hayes.
makes a simple pass, and Jackson Hayes falls asleep for half of a millisecond.
Mm-hmm.
And boom, he cuts the 3-point line, bang, hits it over the 7-footer. Like, you've got to be a willing passer who sees the floor. Not a lot of guys are. I think Jimmy is. Jimmy can be. He is a ball stopper, though.
All right. It's time, folks. Knockout tournament, keyword. Everything you need to know about the knockout tournament right here. It's a keyword. All right? You ready for it? Keyword is cut. Again, the keyword is cut. As in, that driver totally just cut me off. Listen, between 8:30 and 9, and when you hear the sounder, you're going to hear this. Not now, but in about 20, 30 minutes, be the first caller, give the keyword, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play in the 95-7 The Game knockout tournament. Must be 18 and a California resident. You want to do 60 seconds of celebrity, Sammy? Want to do that?
He had it ready to fire off.
He did. He pointed.
I mean,
called a shot.
Well, Carter files it off. Yeah, not a lot of great things done by Macklin last night. The Sharks fell to the Canucks at home 2-1 in overtime. So they do get a point there. Tyler Toffoli getting the Sharks on the board with about a minute and a half left in the third period to force overtime. Then about 23 seconds into the extra period, Macklin tripped up Drew O'Connor of the Canucks, which led to a penalty shot. And that's how the Canucks came away with the win. Sharks are next on the ice on Saturday. Get to see old friend Mikhail Granlund and the Dallas Stars before the Four Nations face-off break. Guys, we've been talking about a lot of firsts for Macklin this year. I'm going to be honest, I think he got his first All-Star snub this year. Not putting him on Team Canada for the Four Nations face-off tournament. This is your best young player in the league right now, 18 years old, scoring like he is. Come on, let's get him into this showcase and show the rest of the world how good this kid is. But, that's just, it is what it is.
All-stars aren't given, they are earned.
I think he's earned
Sam
it this
Lubman.
year.
We'll see. Apparently
the Sharks'
not.
only All-Star would have been Granlund, but then he gets traded. So the Sharks officially have no All-Stars.
Can I give you a little of, at least you're giving it to, Celebrini. You were, basically demanding that J.D. Davis deserves an All-Star game just a couple of years ago.
Over Austin Riley, right?
I mean, how ridiculous was that? Come on, Sam, admit it.
We've all had work. We've all been there.
No, just
We've
Sam.
all been there.
No one has been there. No one has.
You were
ever,
all there with Buddy
outside
Hield
of
at one
J.D.
point.
Davis's own mother. No one has ever campaigned for him to be an All-Star.
Well, I'll be honest, he had just come on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys when I made that stance. So you know what? I was trying to get a little secondary love for the podcast. So yeah, there was a bit of an agenda there, I'll be honest.
Real quick, as we're doing awards.
Always be promoting Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys.
Thank you. As we're doing awards and stuff like that, we got Baldy coming up here in a few minutes live from New Orleans. Take a little preview to Bourbon Street. Super Bowl's on Sunday, guys. So we're going to preview it with Baldy coming up here in a few minutes. And then we got Bonte Hill at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. Bonte Hill in studio. It's going to be a great time. Can't wait to talk to Bonte. He's going to be doing that with us every single Friday going forward. But there was award season in the NFL yesterday. Joe Shasky. I'm just going to run them off, see if you have any problems with any of them. Offensive Player of the Year, Saquon Barkley. Felt like a slam dunk.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was.
I think he has an argument for MVP.
Absolutely. Defensive Player of the Year, Patrick Surtain. I don't think any defensive end ran away with it, sacks-wise or anything like that, or any good defensive end.
I watched a ton of Denver games in that late window. What do they call it? The red zone late window.
Witching hour?
Dude, it was him and 99, that defensive lineman. They were ridiculous.
Right. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels. We all thought he was going to win it. I know you love Jaden Daniels. He wasn't unanimous. There was one other vote.
Okay.
First place vote.
Uh-huh.
Can you guess who that was for?
I already know because I can see by just the look on your face. It was Brock Bowers.
Who probably should. He was the best rookie in the class. He was an all-pro as a rookie. I'm just saying.
Play the most important position.
Doesn't matter. He was the best rookie. That's what have a separate award for quarterbacks then. Best rookie quarterback award. Do that.
How about you draft a quarterback?
Well, why don't they? They might. Shador. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Jared Verse. He was amazing. We got a break, though. We're up against it. We'll get into it, Baldy. I'm going to see if you had any problem with it because there was an MVP announced yesterday, Joe Shasky, and I'm not sure if he should have deserved it. All right? Maybe deserve is a strong word, but the guy that won it the last couple of years, I think got snubbed, which is crazy to say. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. Brian Baltinger coming up next, and it's going to be brought to you by Safeway. Thank you, Moses. In the building and feeling ourselves. All right. Not mad. It's usually a Mac Dre Monday, but you know what? It's fine. It's a Friday. We're feeling great. It's Spadoni. It's Jasky. We're rolling. We're going to be joined by Brian Baldinger here, courtesy of the River Islands guest line in just a minute.
A Mr. Furley Friday?
Thank you. After it, you're going to want to be listening because we're going to give away a spot in our knockout contest. So be listening after Brian Baldinger. We're going to play our sounder, and you have to give the keyword we gave away last segment and call in. I'll give you the contest number then. It's been an action-packed week of NBA action. Again, I said action-packed NBA action, but it's been NBA dominating the news cycle like we haven't seen in quite some time, especially during Super Bowl week. Remember, Joe Shasky, it was Christmas and we were hosting together the day after Christmas, and all we kept talking about was not only the Lakers beating the Warriors, but the NFL just dominating the ratings. The NFL games weren't even good on Christmas, but they were just dominating Christmas Day, which used to be the NBA's. Well, NBA is getting a little bit of payback this week because they're dominating the news cycle. They're dominating the headlines. And I want to talk about the vibe and just what the atmosphere has been like with Baldy down in New Orleans for the Super Bowl, because quite frankly, we don't know what it's like. It's Shark Week, though. Let's go. And he joins us on the River Islands guest line. Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Baldy, it's Joe Spadoni, it's Joe Shasky. We're so happy to have you, obviously. I'm sure it's been a crazy week for you, Super Bowl week. And we got to be honest, we haven't really talked much about this game because of the craziness that has happened in the NBA. Have you paid attention to all what's going on? Jimmy Butler's a Warrior now. Luka Doncic is a Laker. What are you making about all this stuff happening during Super Bowl week?
We've been talking about it down in New Orleans here. I mean, I was on 2 stations in Dallas yesterday, and we talked more about Luka and how everybody got caught completely by surprise for the deal that happened with the Lakers. And so, I mean, that was the biggest star in all of Dallas, and that's kind of hard to imagine knowing, the Cowboys are in town, but he was the biggest star in all of Dallas, probably all of Texas, and now he's a Laker. The Jimmy Butler deal, we knew that something was going to happen. He was going to stay a Miami Heat, the way he was acting and some of the things that were going on. That didn't catch me as much by surprise. But, the sports world is the sports world. You're in New Orleans, you're talking about everything in the world of sports. Sometimes, just like you're talking about, Joe, like the game is almost the last thing that we discussed in some of these interviews that I've been doing over the last couple of days.
Well, Baldy, do me a favor, okay? I'm not there. I haven't thought about the NFL I'm being dead serious all week. I've been in like a sadness malaise, if you will, because it's the Chiefs and it's the Eagles. Paint the picture for me and get me fired up for Sunday. Like, what is it like in New Orleans? What has been going on? Paint the scene. I literally I've gone out of my way to not pay attention to anything that's going on down there.
Well, first of all, New Orleans just knows how to throw a party. I mean, no other city in America knows how to put a party on like New Orleans. Like, there's literally something going on in every street corner. Whether you're in the French Quarter, you're beyond the French Quarter, I don't care if you're in Kenner, Louisiana, there's a party going on. So that's good. Then the weather's been phenomenal. I mean, it's like mid-70s here. People are in T-shirts. They're in shorts. So it's great. It's great to be outside. It's great walking around. And then, the people of New Orleans, Joe, are just so inviting. They're so warm. I don't care if you're in I ate breakfast yesterday morning, like in a little diner. It's been there since 1965. And it's like the who's who is in there eating. There's Mike Tannenbaum or whatever. I mean, you see somebody in every little place. And then just the traditions of New Orleans, whether it's the beignets and coffee, whether it's Mother's for breakfast. I mean, it's just, I feel like New Orleans could host a Super Bowl every year and nobody would ever get tired of it.
All right,
because you can walk to every place that you got to get to.
I love a city where you can just walk around. That's why I did love Philadelphia, because you just walk around, and what I call get into trouble in a good way, from one restaurant to the next bar to the next spot, go shopping, like whatever. Like, I love a good walking town. Who's dominated the week, Baldy? Whether it's a media person, whether it's an actor, an athlete, if you were to give me the MVP of Super Bowl week, player, non-player, it doesn't matter who would be that guy. Who's dominated the week?
I would say probably Deion. I mean, he's in town. He was at Honors last night. His son's going to be a top 3 pick. He was rumored to be an NFL coach. I think Prime right now has got the stage for just about anything he wants to do. And so he's one of the talks of the town that you're asking me about right now. I'd have to say Deion Sanders. I saw him at the Hula Bowl a couple weeks ago. He had 6 Colorado Buffaloes playing the game. He was there. He's a Florida kid, so he was there. And honestly, everybody gravitated towards him while he was there.
Talking to Brian Baldinger here on the River Islands Guest Lines, Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. And speaking of actual MVPs, that was announced yesterday. And Josh Allen edging out Lamar Jackson. 27 first-place votes for Josh Allen, 23 for Lamar. Did they get it right, Baldy?
I don't want to I don't want to knock somebody down to raise somebody up. They were both worthy. I hope, look, for whoever voted, I hope they didn't vote for Josh just because he doesn't have an MVP and they didn't want Lamar to get his third. I thought Lamar was the MVP. He threw 4 interceptions in 17 games. We see quarterbacks, and some that we know quite well, throw that in one game. He threw it an entire season, and he had a phenomenal season. They fell short to Buffalo. Honestly, I feel like all these awards should be handed out after the season is over. But that's just kind of where we're at right now with this thing.
No, it's a great point, Baldy. I kind of likened it to Jokic in the NBA. There was a little Nikola Jokic fatigue, and he had another better year than the year Joel Embiid got his, but there was so much cry out from the media, from others saying, oh, well, he doesn't deserve this, that, and the other, and it felt like there was just this fatigue. So I'm with you on that a little bit. I was actually surprised Lamar did not win it, but hey, no slight to Josh Allen. Hell of a quarterback, hell of a year. Obviously some other ones, Jaden Daniels, offensive rookie of the year. I mean, what he did was incredible. He was 1 vote shy of unanimous. Brock Bowers getting the other one. Defensive rookie of the year, Jared Verse, this, that, and the other. Defensive player of the year, Pat Surtain II. But I wanted to get your thoughts on some of the Hall of Fame inductions because we got some great ones here. Jared Allen, Eric Allen, long time on the ballot.
Loved Eric Allen.
Love Eric Allen.
Loved him.
Raider legend. Are you kidding me?
Eagles. I know.
Hey, come on. Hey,
I know.
Please. Antonio Gates, Sterling Sharp, another legend.
I'm so happy for him.
Just your thoughts overall on some of our new Hall of Fame inductions.
Well, I have a personal connection to a couple of guys you just mentioned. I was a teammate of Eric Allen in Philadelphia. I remember in 1993, he took 4 interceptions back for touchdowns that year. One beat the New York Jets up there in New York one day, and we were undefeated because of that. At 4-0 to get off to a good start that year, but so EA was just a class guy. I mean, just straight class, and then he extended his career to New Orleans and to the Raiders. I think, finished with the Raiders, but I think he had 55 interceptions. He had 8 or 9 interceptions for touchdowns. I mean, the numbers speak for itself. And then Sterling, I worked with Sterling for 7 years. On NFL Playbook and some other shows. I was around him every single week for 5 months out of the year. And to this day, now we're talking about his football career, but he never talked about his football career, really. I mean, he wasn't a big, salesman like that. He had some great stories in the NFL and obviously his brother as well. But I thought he was the most talented individual I've ever worked with in television or any part of media. He was the funniest. He was the wittiest. He was the smartest guy I worked with. And he was just a delight to be around. I texted him last night, congratulations. And he comes back to me. He's like, I'm just waiting to get one Baldy's breakdown. Can I just get one? He's just a special guy.
No, that's awesome. And obviously you think back to Shannon Sharp's Hall of Fame induction and how much that meant to him and how much he even cried for his brother because even on the stage, he said, I'm probably the only person in the Hall of Fame that's the second best player in his own family. And he was talking about his older brother, Sterling Sharp. So I'm sure he is so damn excited for him and that. And yeah, Eric Allen, as you mentioned, 54 picks, 5 forced fumbles, 7 recoveries, 9 defensive touchdowns, Joe Shasky. Just incredible Hall of Fame classes.
I mean, absolutely incredible. Baldy, let's get into the game. Let's get into the game here, all right? I mean, Mahomes is going for a three-peat. Andy Reid's going for a three-peat.
It's insane.
It is insane. It absolutely is insane. I don't want to disrespect Bill Walsh at any level because we know what his impact was far greater than just the championships. Tom Landry had crazy impact on the league. Belichick and his crazy impact, whether it's Joe Gibbs, Parcells. I mean, there's so many that we can go. Where does Andy, if they win this one and they do a three-peat, and the longevity of Andy and Mahomes and the combination of the two, I mean, where do these two now stand if they can pull this off and win their 4th Super Bowl and 3 in a row?
Well, I mean, if you were going to do, the popular game of Mount Rushmore, he's on Mount Rushmore. He's the winningest coach in Eagles history. He's the winningest coach in Chiefs history.
Wow.
He might create his own legacy of winning 3 in a row. In addition to all of his wins and all the success he had in Philadelphia, 5 NFC championship games, 1 Super Bowl appearance, what he's doing in Kansas City, what he did with McNabb, what he's doing with Mahomes. In all of that is great. But you mentioned Bill Walsh, and Mike Holmgren came from Bill Walsh, and Andy Reid came from Mike Holmgren. There's a descendancy right there amongst that, right? There was a natural tree. And Andy Reid took that very seriously, how to develop coaches and how to develop personnel people. You look at the tree that Andy has from a personnel standpoint, starting in Philadelphia, now in Kansas City, just lost another lieutenant, out to the world of, in general managers. But you look at the coaches he's put out, he's got over 10 coaches that have become head coaches, not to mention assistants and coordinators and that kind of thing. Steve Spagnuolo was coaching in NFL Europe. He was coaching the Frankfurt Galaxy when he came to Andy in Philadelphia with Jim Johnson. Jim Harbaugh was a special teams coach and wanted to become a head coach. He gave him an opportunity to coach defensive backs one year. It was his launching pad to becoming a head coach in Baltimore. Marty Morningway. You just go through Ron Rivera. You go through all the guys that Andy Reid has groomed to become head coaches. And to think that when he was plucked by Jeffrey Lurie in 1999 to be the new head coach of the Eagles, he'd been a quarterback coach and a tight ends coach. He'd never called a play in his life. But they saw something in him that, was head coaching material, and they got that right, unlike just about anybody else. And he's 25 years into this thing, guys. And honestly, I know Andy pretty good. I was at his initial press conference in 1999 in Philly and got to know him pretty well. And he doesn't have any hobbies. He doesn't want to retire. This is his hobby. Coaching football is his hobby. And he's doing it just as well now as he's ever done it. There's no slowdown. He doesn't delegate anything more than what he always has. He's on top of his game right now.
Well, it's interesting you say that because I juxtapose that with the coach on the other side, Nick Sirianni. And this is his 2nd Super Bowl now in 3 years. And I don't think he gets the respect from a lot of people that obviously Andy Reid's won multiple Super Bowls. But even a guy like Kyle Shanahan, who's been to 2 as well, I think he's like Shanahan. If you were to pull people around the league, so I'm taking Shanahan over Sirianni in a heartbeat. But what is it about Nick Sirianni that we don't talk about enough that makes him such a good head coach? Because the proof's in the pudding, Baldy. He's gone to 2 Super Bowls now.
Well, coaches like coaching with him. So Vic Fangio, wanted to coach with him. He made a mistake by going to Miami last year, but he was in the building 2 years ago. You look at Kellen Moore. He's probably going to be the next head coach of New Orleans. Jonathan Gannon, like coaching with him. The coach in Indianapolis. Coaches like working with Nick. He delegates a great deal. He lets them do their thing. But he's on top of it, though. And he's the son of a coach. His dad was a coach. His 2 brothers are a coach. One of his brothers is still the head coach at Washington Jefferson. When he was hired by the Eagles, they had struck out on Brandon Staley and, Arthur Smith and, different guys. And honestly, he was playing golf with other coaches in Palm Beach when he was called by the Eagles. And he came for the interview. He didn't have any suit, tie, anything. He had his golf clothes with him. And that's where they met. They met Mr. Laurie at his Palm Beach home, and that's where the interview was conducted. And they realized he's a good football coach. He knows a lot about the game. He grew up in the game. And the players respect him tremendously. So he doesn't get the respect. He doesn't get the respect in Philadelphia that he deserves. But he's not afraid to try things. They might not work all the time, but he coaches without fear, and he gets his players ready to play. I've watched every one of their games this year, 20 games this year. They look ready to play every week. A couple games, they kind of stunk it up against Tampa early in the year. But, for the most part, the team is ready to play every week.
And he's come a long way since that opening presser, Joe Shasky. I remember that. It was him, Dan Campbell, some opening pressers to forget maybe, but you know what? Don't judge a book by its cover. I'm sure Jacksonville Jaguars are hoping that the same with our guy out there, Liam Cohen now, the head coach. Yeah, that was a tough Duval, but he'll get back on track, Joe Shasky.
Baldy, I'm looking at Saquon Barkley and, one of the greatest free agent signings, maybe in sports, but particularly the NFL. You got Peyton Manning signing with Denver. You got Reggie White signing with the Green Bay Packers. You got Deion Sanders multiple times with the Cowboys and the Niners. If they pull this off, the Philadelphia Eagles, obviously they're going to need Jalen Hurts and they're going to need that defense, Jalen Carter and those guys to step up. But where does this put someone like Saquon Barkley in the state of Pennsylvania if he comes back home after being a Penn State guy to win a freaking Super Bowl and he's the lead dog?
I mean, he's the face of the league. I mean, I know there's Patrick Mahomes, but, if he wins it, he's the new face of the NFL. And he's going to give every running back out there, especially in this draft coming up, more credibility than what they have been given over the last few years when they've been taking pay cuts just to stay in the league. But he's the face of the league from the standpoint of the guy is from a media standpoint. The guy never makes a mistake. I mean, he's there, he's open. He's enjoyable to be around. He's a great teammate. He's a great person on and off the field. And then he's just this uber talented player. The guys you just mentioned in free agency, whether it was Peyton or Reggie or Deion, I mean, he's in that category of greatness right now. And honestly, he could have easily broken Eric Dickerson's record if he wanted to play that Week 18 game against the Giants. And he averaged more yards per game than Eric did. And I'm a teammate of Eric. I'm not bashing. Eric is a great player all by himself. But he could have broken that record. And if he stays here in Philly for any amount of time, the offense line's not going to get any worse. Lane's coming back next year. They're all coming back. So, he has a chance to put up another 2,000. He didn't have one injury this year. He's going to go into this offseason healthy. He might have a chance to duplicate this next year.
Yeah. Baldy, I'm going to let Joe ask the question about the big-time game, but I have to ask you this one. Myles Garrett's out there. What should the Niners do to get Myles Garrett? What would he mean to play? Like, how would he and Nick Bosa look together if you could find a way to get him? Because I'll trade whatever I need to go get Myles Garrett. I think he would be unbelievable.
Well, it's going to set the record for I think it's going to set a record for non-quarterback trade. I'm just going to start with 2 number ones, Joe. So that's the minimum. Now you got to make the phone call and you got to talk to Andrew Berry in Cleveland and just see just how willing they are to part ways. But it's going to start with 2 number. Jamal Adams was 2 number ones. All the guys that and what their compensation was. But it starts there. But I think he would love the opportunity to play with Nick. You get Hargrave back. You really solidify the other defensive tackle, and you just go hunting. It's just hunting season. You just get after quarterbacks and affect them. Nobody has the power of Myles Garrett in this business, including Nick. But you get 2 power rushers like that, they're going to collapse the pocket on every third down that there is. And the quarterbacks are going to be looking to get rid of the ball awfully fast if they can. It'd be the ultimate matchup. I think Nick would feel like Christmas, was every single day out there. I think Myles would feel the same way. They're both right in their prime, absolutely in prime. I don't know what Nick is right now, but they're both right around 28 years old. They're both in their athletic prime. They both have Defensive Player of the Year next to their name, but ultimately they want championships, and that's what Myles wants, and that's where he wants to go. So a team that has a chance to do that.
All right, Baldy, it's time. You've been so good to us. Who's winning this game Sunday in Louisiana?
When the pairings for the playoffs came out on Sunday night, January 5th, I said that the Eagles are going to go 4-0 in the postseason. And I didn't know who they were going to play outside of their first matchup against Green Bay, but I thought they were the best team in the tournament. I thought they were the best team from week 5 on. I think they're the best defense, most complete defense. And then I think, Saquon is the MVP of this league, offensive player of the year, but the MVP of the league. And I think the Chiefs going to have a hard time slowing him down. And I think the Chiefs had a great record. I don't think they were a great team this year. They won a lot of games, and it's hard to go against Mahomes and Andy Reid, but I felt like the Eagles were the best team. And I think that's what we're going to see come Sunday night.
All right. I had a preseason too. I had Chiefs, Eagles. I didn't pick a winner. I just picked the matchup, and I'm very interested to see how this thing shakes out. Thank you. I have to say, I have to toot my own horn sometimes, Baldy. Hey, I appreciate the time, man. All season long, you've been amazing. Whoa.
Power rank this. What is your number one, gots to have it, Super Bowl food on the table
Had to squeeze that in.
during the Super Bowl game?
Had to squeeze it in.
If you're at a party, have to ask. It's Baldy.
Yeah. I would say, I don't think you have to overdo this here, Joe. I mean, who doesn't like, great wings? Who doesn't like great wings at a party?
Thank you.
It's finger food. Nobody really cares. Like you can eat 100 of them or you can eat 5. Either way, you just got to have them there. I feel like that's a good go-to during a Super Bowl game.
Love it.
Strong. I'm a pizza guy personally, but you can't go wrong with both. Hey, I'm a
pizza.
Have you heard my last name? It's Spadoni. Yeah, I'm eating pizza for everything. Baldy, we appreciate the time,
buddy.
man.
See you, Joe. Joe.
There you go.
See you, bro.
There you go. I appreciate it.
What is the number one? What is the number one power ranked across the board fan favorite? Gots to have it food. It doesn't have to be a main dish like a protein.
Can I go outside? It's not outside the box, but if it's there, you're smashing it regardless.
Okay.
It's chips and salsa. You smash
1,000%.
chips and salsa. Is it 10 out of 10 times?
If I go chips and 7-layer dip,
that's fine. But
Okay.
I'd rather just the chips and salsa is safe. That's a safe choice. 7 layers.
I would agree.
I don't know how you're going to prepare it. I might get a little upset if there's too many jalapenos. I'm a sensitive guy. I'm a gringo over here, Joe Shasky. All right, my tummy gets hurt. There it is, though. That's the sounder. Be the first caller to call in with the keyword 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652 with the keyword, and you will win a spot in our knockout contest at Chase Center on Monday, March 3rd. Must be 18 and a California resident. Next time to win is going to be at noon on Steiny and Guru, and we will be doing it all week long. So keep listening for your chance. That was interesting when he said that.
Next week, we are going to definitely
Myles Garrett, Nick Bosa.
We're going to get into all that. I know this week has been real NBA heavy. Next week, I promise you, audience, for you Niner fans out there, we're going to dive into the 49er offseason needs and just what he said, 2 firsts for someone like Myles Garrett. That's going to be incredible.
That's the starting price, because I always go back to the Khalil Mack deal. Like, that's the template for me, right?
Yeah.
The Khalil Mack trade, because he was in his prime,
Yeah.
DPOY already, first team All-Pro at 2 different positions. He was the guy. And what did the Raiders end up giving up? I want to say
2 firsts, gave back a second.
Exactly. They got 2. They gave back, which was
such a terrible
so
move.
stupid.
It's just so bad.
John Gruden, Mike Mayock 2.0. But again, like, they kind of got lucky because they got Max Crosby literally after. But could you imagine if they had, Khalil Mack and Max Crosby? Yeah, it would have been good. Pass rushers are hard to find. Good ones, anyways. I think a former coach in this Bay Area said that once.
We need to line them up, though. Like, as much like Myles Garrett, every Niner fan on the planet is driving around right now and they're like shaking their head. Duh, Myles Garrett. Pair him up with Nick Bosa.
Right.
I really do want to know, like, what is the number one power ranked food for a Super Bowl party? Because the game, to me, I'm so yawn on the game. And I can't believe I'm here.
You'll get into it, though. Once it starts, like,
no, I won't.
You'll hear the national anthem. You'll get the feels. You'll still.
I lose regardless.
No, you don't mean.
Yes, I lose regardless.
You got to feel like LeVar Ball.
Mahomes is winning 3 in a row, or the Eagles win.
You got to have the LeVar Ball mindset when you're doing this. Even when I lose, I win. That's what you got to start thinking, Joe Shasky, all right? Even when I lose, I win. You got to start thinking that way.
The only way the Niners can salvage it, if I get a news report from Glazer leading into the pregame, the 49ers have agreed in principle to a deal with Myles Garrett.
What'd you think of, now that we're on this game, Deebo Samuel rocking the A.J. Brown Eagles jersey?
I hated it. He looked like me on the side with the belly kind of showing in the jersey.
I don't know where you're going with that. He looked like me on the side.
No, I'm saying physique-wise, he did not look like he was jacked. He looked like he had a little dad bod.
Have I compared Joe Shasky and Deebo Samuel? I hear what you're saying. He's a thick boy. That's all right. It's all right. It's off season.
Look, you want to wear an A.J. Brown jersey? Wear the Ole Miss one.
Okay.
Why are you wearing the Eagle one?
Well, he's a South Carolina guy. He's not wearing Ole Miss. Come on.
Again, You have talked so much trash about the city of Philadelphia. You're wearing, it's a great jersey, the Kelly Green
That's
one.
what made it confusing to me, too. Like, you hate, like, Big Dom, all that sort of stuff. Like,
it was ridiculous.
What are we doing here?
It was ridiculous. It was him, this is what I look like in another jersey.
Right.
I mean, come on. We blasted Kaepernick for putting a dolphin hat near his head.
It's interesting.
Remember
that in a week that the Rams basically put Cooper Kupp out there, like, for sale, like, I'm kind of surprised the Niners aren't doing that with Deebo Samuel. I'm a little bit surprised they're not doing that with Deebo Samuel. Now, they don't have Puka Nacua waiting in the wings, so it's a little bit different. Ricky Pearsall finished. Ricky Pearsall's not him.
I have no idea where Ayuk is at.
Right, well, that's the thing in all this, right? Like we heard from Cam Inman, I want to say last month, Bonte and I, that he was shooting hoops, I guess. He's like, he's shooting hoops. That's something. Like, so he's playing a little bit. We'll see with like his knee got shredded. Like it wasn't just the ACL. There was some MCL damage in there. They had to clean that thing up. So there were talks that he might not have been ready for week 1 this season. Now, if they can get just him in a training camp this year, that would be amazing. But, I'm just really happy last night. You know why? Because there was the Hall of Fame inductions announced, and there was one guy that was not inducted first ballot. That it would have driven me insane if he was. Eli Manning.
You and the Eli thing.
If he was going to be a first ballot, I would have lost my mind. Lost my mind. Because Sterling Sharp, at his height, was a better player than Eli Manning. And everything
His career was cut short.
Career was cut short. But all these other players that were in there, like Eli Manning had no business being in the same building as an Antonio Gates first ballot.
I know,
like,
but he's a quarterback who took out the Patriots twice.
Here's what he was. I mean, by the way.
I'm just saying, like, that's why they view him that way.
Well, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Carter, is his mic potted up back there? You got to go make sure. All right, go make sure his mic's potted up back there.
He's fluffing him currently.
Relax. Jeez, what is wrong with you? In the hoodie, and this is courtesy, by the way, of the River Islands guest line that this guest in studio is joining us. Held to the River Islands guest line. This is the River Island himself. Bonte Hill in studio. Ladies and gentlemen, he's
There's a
back.
moat around this castle.
He could not help himself. He's
felt
got
like
to
I
be
was
here.
driving from River Islands, trying to drive into the city this morning, man. Traffic is ugly.
Are you bringing sickness into this studio?
Yes, I am. I'm bringing COVID. I'm bringing COVID 27 in here. COVID 27. Traffic in the city. Wow, I was like, wow, look at all these cars at 8 in the morning.
I know we have a lot of NBA talk to get into, and we'll get into it in just a second. But just real quick, real quick. Two things. Bonte, I want you to think about this before you answer. Power rank the number one food. You go to someone's house for the Super Bowl because for whatever reason, that's what you're doing. I'm not saying that you would. Of course, and this has to be on the table. Think about it for a second. I have my number one. I'll tell you what it is in a second. Jared Allen, before we continue, you're talking about guys getting in.
Yeah.
Jared Allen is one of my favorite
69.
stories in the NFL. Yeah. Number one, he bounced around high schools, got kicked out his junior year, had to go to Los Gatos High, and which is a local. He grew up on like a farm, basically, as like a horse guy in Los Gatos. Okay,
yeah, Morgan Hill specifically. Yeah, that's crazy.
And so this is a guy who lost all of his scholarships, and I think it was Idaho State.
Correct.
Okay, random, and he turned himself into one of the greatest players of all time. And I just always rooted for him when he used to do the whole celebration and everything of the ranch hand, and I just. I love Jared Allen, and maybe I'm the only one. I heard his story early on, and I've always thought he was just a freaking awesome story of someone who obviously battled alcohol addiction and things like that outside once he got into the NFL, fell asleep in his car, and he was very open about it. Jared Allen is a guy who I just think like is a really cool story of someone who redeemed a lot of the demons that he had in his past.
And he's one of the great characters in the history of the NFL, right? Jared Allen, I just think of a hilarious individual. I think of him on Jackass 3, just absolutely obliterating Johnny Knoxville.
So good.
One of the all-time moments, right? We were talking about what was it, Jackass yesterday, right?
Yeah, the Bam Margera story is really
that's sad, but obviously
really
all that stuff
It's a lot
is sad.
of sad stories with the Jackass crew.
Yeah, it is.
Steve-O's clean.
Right?
Steve-O's still clean.
Steve-O's one of the success stories on there. That tells you everything you need to know about what's going on there. And I love Steve-O. And by the way, Jared Allen finished his career 136 sacks. It's so damn hard to do.
He's incredible.
Most career safeties, too, and it's tied. It's 4.
Okay.
That's crazy.
So my number one, you said it's nachos, or I guess chips and dip.
Chips and dip. You can't go wrong there, but I'm a pizza guy, too. If there's pizza there, you're already doing it right.
Okay.
I just
if I came in with a bowl of lumpia.
Oh, I'd smash it.
Thank you. It's lumpia for me. Lumpia, number one. My wife always brings it to all the parties. Lumpia is my number one.
Filipinos taking over.
If I do go to a watch party, Super Bowl watch party.
Oh, hi, Bonte. How you doing?
No, I'm chilling. I don't get paid. I don't get paid by the minute, baby, or by the word. I'm chilling. Check is cash. Trust me on that one. Give me some wings, man. Give me some wings.
Yeah.
Give me some wings. You can't go wrong there. Chips and dip, whether it's the queso cheese or some French onion dip.
French onion dip
is good. Little thick. Gets
I like
a little
the
heavy.
jalapeno artichoke from Costco. Strong.
Not bad.
Yep.
Not bad. Not bad at
real
all.
quick. Miss me with all that other stuff, the Super Bowl, what have you. I need to know Bonte Hill's mindset last Saturday night.
It was insane.
When you got the notification that everyone thought was fake, Shams, you must have been hacked, right? You can't be real. No, he had a follow-up tweet. No, this is real. Even when he said this is real, it sounded fake. What was Bonte Hill thinking? What was Bonte Hill thinking?
Are you Amy G? What was going through your mind, Pablo, when you hit that?
He wants to start with the Lakers with me in here. He's trolling me.
Luka Doncic to La La Land.
He's trolling.
And Anthony Davis to Dallas.
Well, I was driving from San Jose with the family. We had a little birthday party down to San Jose. So we're driving up. And I'm seeing all these
grab the
text
steering
messages.
wheel. I have to go live right now on Instagram.
Let me tell you. It definitely didn't go live. Definitely didn't go live. But you know what? I see all these text messages. I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I finally open one, and they were like, you like it? I'm like, what? So I just do the voice. The text was like what? And they're like, and they sent me the Shams tweet. That was like, you need to check your Twitter. I'm like, what?
Are you on 101 or 280?
280.
So did you pull over?
No, I did not
St. Francis Assisi?
No. I did.
There's like a statue where it points at you.
I did what Bonte Hill always does. Take the phone, drive, take the phone.
With the family in the car.
And then Anna, can you just put the phone down and say, dude,
my wife all the time.
Luka Doncic just got traded, all right? These takes need to get off here. And I start arguing with Spinoni.
So were you live tweeting with one hand?
I think maybe I said two. I was texting you guys mostly.
You were.
I was at a crab feed. My nephew turns to me, Kieran. He goes, quiet, just ever so quietly. Luka Doncic got traded to the Lakers. I go, what? I go, that's not real. He shows me a screenshot. I looked at him. I go, that's not real. And then I looked at my phone and I go, oh my God, it's real. And then immediately Shams tweets out, this is real. I was not hacked or whatever the heck he said. And my head just exploded.
Yeah, at first I tried to poo-poo the trade, and then it took me like 36 hours to be like, I said, yeah.
The winner in this deal is, the guy who got the fourth best player.
Yeah, well, the Lakers are going to be a problem, and I think they have action in the Western Conference with the way LeBron looks and with the moves. Now, trading away don't connect. I was a little surprised there, but Mark Williams is a hell of a big. He's going to roll to the rim. His last 10 games, he's averaging 22 and 10. Mark Williams is good. His wingspan is awesome.
Yeah.
So, but nobody watched the Charlotte Hornets, so we wouldn't know about him.
No.
But they just traded Nick Richards and Mark Williams, two solid big men. And I'm like, man, Warriors could have used one of those guys.
Well,
it would have been nice.
We have to play all 6'6" guys to close.
or
smaller.
That's another issue.
And then none of us are going to get back on defense while we're at it.
But it's the Lakers. They pull these moves off, and they had to pull this move because, let's be real, the last 13 years for the L.A. Lakers has been mediocre. They've missed the playoffs 7 times. They've been bounced in the first round 3 times. They have the bubble ring. All right, now I get it. They make shrewd moves, and they make these moves for Anthony Davis and LeBron James, but they've been mid for the Laker brand because the Lakers are the Yankees. Yeah. They're the Red Sox, and that's what the Warriors
have a more recent ring than the Yankees.
Well, they do, even though it's a Mickey Mouse ring. It's not, whatever.
Don't tell that to Jimmy Butler, who participated in it.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm going to tell him, hey, Jimmy, man.
Exactly.
How's the Orlando bubble?
Moments of his career.
High moments of his career. Actually, the high moment came a couple years ago when he really balled out. So, Luka to the Lakers, they're going to be a problem. Luka controls the game. LeBron controls the game. They're going to get any matchup they want. They're going to hunt the weaknesses. They're defensively, they're solid. The Lakers got action in the West.
All right, before we get to the Butler trade and the whole KD saga, watching last night, because we're on the Lakers. Mm-hmm. Okay, a couple things. My God, refs, get it right. It was clearly an 8-second violation, and everyone lost their minds. You got to play through the whistle. That's like that you can't stop and complain. But I thought something happened in the middle of that game. with Draymond and LeBron, and I've been waiting for this to happen forever. Finally, Draymond fouled him hard. Finally, he's starting to see LeBron's not your friend, Draymond. Like, he's been using this friendship. I'm not joking. He's been using this friendship, this clutch thing, to, like, psychologically gain an advantage on Draymond in these games. Draymond finally went over the edge, and then to see LeBron mock him openly the way that he did, I was like, good. We now know what it is. Get the war paint on the faces. Let's go. Every time we see LeBron from here on out, I am demanding.
Well, it should have been like that since the Cleveland days.
But it hasn't.
It never waited for me. Like, that's why I never wanted LeBron on this team.
But
no, Draymond, no, it hasn't. But you know what?
I was so happy he finally fouled him hard.
I'm happy too. But now, you know what I'm not happy about? The Warriors are 0 for 8 in California.
Yeah.
They're 0 for 8 against the Clippers, Lakers, and the Sacramento Kings.
They're 1 in 10 in the Pacific
Division.
I couldn't believe that.
So, the California Classic, the Warriors are losing that right now. So I don't care about the antics right now, about Draymond and LeBron, all that other ancillary stuff, the side stuff. Can I win a basketball game? Can I get some more balance on offense? Can I get some spacing?
No.
Can I get some room for Steph Curry to operate? What the hell with the Draymond stuff? Draymond and LeBron, and this is what LeBron does.
I've never seen him mock him like that.
Oh, yes, because he's feeling it. You know why? Because he knows I've got Luka Doncic.
Yep.
I've got a dude. And here's the thing that nobody's talked about with Luka. Like,
he's
this
awesome.
one thing that, he's out of shape, right?
We've been talking about how fat he is. He's actually awesome.
Well, he dropped a 45-point triple-double at Chase Center earlier this season, and the Mavericks coaching staff who I talked to, they were like, he's not even in shape yet. He's not in shape yet. So he's going to get in shape with the LA Lakers. And one thing that people underestimate is that he dragged some lousy Maverick teams to the Western Conference Finals. He dragged that team to the finals last season, and now he gets to work with LeBron James in a playoff setting when the game slows down. Yeah, I got some headaches right now when it comes to LA, and I can't stand the Lakers. Spadoni, it's hard to even look at you right now. I know you're not, you're doing a great job. You've been doing an awesome job, but it's hard to look at him knowing what's deep down inside his heart right now.
Yeah, it's the same thing when I look in the mirror. So I appreciate it. You're saying the Golden State Warriors are 0 for 10 in the state of California?
0 for 8.
0 for 8.
That's crazy.
So there's the Silver State Warriors because they're finishing second. Come on, that's a good one, right?
That's actually really good.
That's actually not bad. I was listening yesterday, and the nicknames coming in about Jimmy Butler.
The Suspendables.
That was the one. I almost spit my coffee out. And I'm like, this is what we're signing up for? The Suspendables. I almost feel like there's certain people who are more excited about Jimmy Butler, Draymond, and some potential drama between those two than actual winning basketball games.
Well, I'll be real with you. The product on the floor has been very frustrating to watch. I mean, seeing Steph Curry basically have to do everything. I mean, literally it's like Steve Young on that scramble where he threw it to a defender, it bounced off, he caught it himself. That's what I feel like I'm watching with Steph Curry the last couple of weeks. Ooh. It's been bad. And then, again, they're shorthanded last night, so it's I get it. Like, last night was different because you hollowed out some of your roster. Jimmy's not ready to go. That Utah loss was so bad. Pods fouled off ball while they're in bonus, and Draymond walked over like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And you could hear Fitz, because I felt the same way. Why are you giving them 2 free throws right now? And their execution in the half court has been so bad. It's been so bad. Look, I know that Jimmy's a ball stopper. I believe me. I know what Wiggins brought to the table, and I don't want to turn this into me telling you what Wiggins isn't. This team has fumbled away so many games with 5 minutes to go. And that's, like, I love Wiggs. He brings a lot to the table. If there's one element that I do think Jimmy brings, because there's things that Wiggins brought that Jimmy doesn't bring, it's 5 minutes to go with the game in the balance. Can you get me a bucket? Can you open things up for Steph? Can you not get backed down by a Draymond, by a LeBron, by a Luka or whatever? Jimmy is going to fight back and at least make things a little more balanced for them. I like the move. I know it's risky. I understand the age. Believe me, when Draymond hurt his neck, I'm like, oh, God, we're relying on...
Yeah, I only get text from Shasky when something happens with Draymond.
Oh, my God.
I was looking at the text thread. It's all Draymond.
Oh, my God.
It's all Draymond.
I like the Jimmy move. Do you like the Jimmy move?
I would have loved it if they added something else yesterday. I would have loved it.
Like Vooch, like I wanted?
Stretch 5, another playmaker, something. Because I don't think the roster is complete. Do I love the move? Here's why I don't love the move. Because Andrew Wiggins is playing well, and that is how my mind operates. Is Jimmy Butler $30 million a year better than Andrew Wiggins? I don't think so. Now, can Jimmy do things that Andrew Wiggins can't do? Yeah, in the half court, he cuts better. He can get to the free throw line. He's an 84% free throw shooter for his career. He's going to get buckets. He's going to play hard. He's going to play nice, especially early on with his deal. And I think him and Draymond are getting along fine. I actually don't think there's going to be issues, and conflict will be good for this team. It will be good. But you signed a 35-year-old. You trade for a 35-year-old. And now you have Steph, who's going to turn 37. And Steph Curry is like, what is he the last 2 nights? He's 26 or 25 of 66 from the floor.
He had 23-point attempts last night. 20.
No doubt.
Insane.
No doubt. And look at this threes, Spadoni. He's 12 of 38 from 3 the last 2 nights. So he's going to be 37. Draymond's 34, and he walked out with a neck injury, as you mentioned, Shasky, and he's got the whole back issue and the calf. Yeah. He mentioned the other night after the Orlando game, he's got a small tear. He had a small tear in the calf. So you got older. Yeah. And Steve Kerr's just mentioning how it's a young man's game. So I don't like Jimmy Butler. Sure, it's a nice move. Where does that get the Warriors?
Well, here's where it gets them. Clarity. Here's where it gets them. Here's a clarity. Do you guys think? And I'm a couple part question here. Sure. Do you think Joe Lacob was dipping into the luxury tax with Andrew Wiggins and the team that it was standing pat?
No doubt. Yeah. But he's going to dip into the luxury tax with Jimmy Butler?
Yes, because you know why? Because as an organization, as a business model, you've signaled we're all in for the next 2 years after this season concludes. We are going to exhaust whatever. We're going to be one of those hard cap teams. We're going to go flying over. We're going to retain Kuminga if that's what it takes. And we are going to overpay and have a big bill because we know this is about winning a championship one more time in the next 2 years.
So are they in the championship hunt right now, Spinodi?
Not today.
Not right now. They're not. But I just want to let everyone know, Bonte Hill in studio right now. If you're just joining us, it's Bonte Hill. Every single
you guys
Friday.
Drag me out of the house for this?
Well, yes. Every single Friday, we're going to drag you out of the house. You're going to come here, hang out. You're going to have to fight through traffic. And we're excited to have you, man. It's been a week of just craziness happening. It's just absolutely insane.
It's the best version of me.
I could have not. Jesus, relax.
Who says?
It's been an absolute.
Some people said, hey, Spinodi, some people said, you're going to have to rein this guy in. The few texts I was
I've had
receiving.
Two already today.
So they've said, Shasky's off the chain now that the king isn't home.
Well, no. Well, we were hammering Brandon Pajemski for some reason for about 30 minutes earlier. I was like, Pods is the least of my worries at this point.
I was just saying.
I understand. I get it. But
Pods has been playing well since he's
returned.
He had
a great game the other night.
But there was a situation yesterday where he drove me crazy. He hesitates on the three, lets it fly, and then Vanderbilt beats him down the floor. And then that was the thing yesterday. It wasn't just Pods. Lakers 35-9 in fast break points. Yep. They're an older team that doesn't play fast, and yet you're a minus 29 in fast break. How many times do we see over and over the Warriors not get back on defense?
Buddy Hield is standing on the 3-point line, and I'm like, buddy, dog, if you're going to stand begging for the ball, you got to get back. It's bad.
So I don't like the expectations for this season. That's what we've been talking about today with the Jimmy Butler edition. Like, a lot of people were angry yesterday. A lot of people were happy. A lot of people were indifferent. A lot of people call it a lateral move. But like, as it pertains to this season, if they could get into a play-in situation, I'll take my chances because I've seen what Jimmy Butler can do with the play-in team.
True.
He's taken a team to the finals, being a play-in team. Bonte Hill,
Eastern Conference
Finals.
But I'll give you that.
But he's done credit. That. But again, people are going to scoff and say, "Oh, it was the East." So it says, I don't scoff at something like that. That is very difficult to do. That many 7-game series and having your back against the wall. It's going to be something that Steph hasn't had. The Warriors are 0-3 in play-in games. In the Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, they are 0-3 there. So yeah, I would like to have a guy like Jimmy Butler that could, in late game situations, put the team on his back if needed, if Steph's not having a great game. Because those one-game ones, hey, we've seen it in the wild card situation in the Major League Baseball. Anything could happen. They got absolutely obliterated last year against the Kings in that game. They had no chance.
Well, not only that, but what I worry about with Jimmy is how many games will he play in the regular season? We have an older team. And baked into the equation that Draymond's going to miss games, Steph's going to miss games. How many games is Jimmy going to miss? This team right now doesn't have the margin of error to just miss regular season games and be in the Western Conference saying, oh, we could just sneak our way into the playoffs and hope something happens here. You go into the play-in tournament in the West, you're dealing with Minnesota, you may be dealing with Phoenix, you may be dealing with the Lakers, and then you get into the first round, and you're looking at the top right now, there's the Memphises of the world, there's the OKCs of the world, there's the Denvers of the world. So I don't know. And I look at the Eastern Conference, look, Giannis was hurt in a couple of those series, and he missed a couple games, which gave Miami the momentum. I don't want to take anything away from Jimmy, because he was spectacular in those playoffs. He's spectacular. but it was the Eastern Conference. And when they did play the West, they got smoked twice. Got smoked by the Lakers, and they got smoked by the Nuggets.
But what if I told you 1 year ago, okay, things changed very quickly. 1 year ago, how many draft picks are you stapling to Wiggins to acquire Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, you're probably stapling a lot.
Okay.
You're probably stapling a lot.
And look, Wiggins has played much, much better. And last year, it's almost unfair to even try to calibrate what he was last year compared to what he is. Jimmy sabotaged his own value. He did.
It's crazy. He got rewarded with 2 years in new money, which is crazy.
He sabotaged his own value. And like, I keep thinking about it this way, like the Heat culture, and we were talking about this, Joe and I, and it's like, hey, the Heat culture it's like a boarding school. I mean, you better fall in line. You better tuck in your jersey.
It's the Patriot way.
Yes. Whereas the Warriors is kind of like, hey, we're in kindergarten. Everybody, if you're a veteran and you're a made man, like, how do you feel? How are we feeling today? Am I wrong?
Well,
I'm giving
courage. The optics doesn't look good.
The thing is, Bonte, I don't know what the Warriors culture was before Jimmy was even here.
Can you reply to the kindergarten comment? We're in kindergarten?
Right.
I don't think that's a good thing for an NBA organization.
Maybe we're in TK, transitional.
Right, yeah. I don't like the kindergarten analogy.
No. Some of the guys are in kindergarten, and some of the other guys are 8th graders that are made men that are going to graduate.
Well, how the hell are you going to make something happen in the NBA playoffs if you got dudes in kindergarten and dudes in the 8th grade?
Steve Kerr just got a transfer student from one of like the guy that got suspended as a kindergartner now. Like, so Steve Kerr having to coach not only Draymond, but now Jimmy Butler, like easily the hardest task he's ever had to do, right? Like right now we have a clear path. That's what Mike Dunleavy said. So now you're going to have to win with aging players, aging superstars. And if it doesn't work, it's your fault, Steve Kerr.
Doesn't happen much. Doesn't happen much. You got your top 3 players are 34, 35.
I compared it to the Brooklyn Nets situation of a few years back, like a decade ago, right?
Right.
Not like for like the same Bonte, but
that's a good point.
But KG
was
Paul
done.
Pierce.
KG was done.
But we didn't know that.
No, we did. The following year after they won the championship, he hurt his knee and he was never the same.
Okay, but take yourself back to when that thing happened. People were talking themselves into
I laughed at it.
Okay, you might have.
I did.
But the national perspective was, oh, maybe they got something here. Paul Pierce, KG, Jason Terry. No.
I saw Ray Allen take the first flight to Miami and say, I'm going to join the Heat.
Yeah,
that's fine. I'll liken this situation more to the Nets than I will say, I don't know, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers of Tom Brady and some of the older players there. I'm trying to think of a comp where this has worked, though.
Well,
I don't know if there's any.
I know a lot of people talked about the Spurs, but the Spurs, when they won their last championship, Kawhi was 22, Tony Parker was 31. And they were the 2 best players at that point. Duncan was aging. He was up there at 37. Manu Ginobili was 36. But they had a lot of young assets. Danny Green, Patty Mills. We haven't seen a situation like this. Maybe the 91 Lakers or the 90 Lakers when they played Jordan and the Bulls. Yeah. Magic was older in his 13th year, but Steph's in his 16th year. Draymond's in his 13th year. So it hasn't worked. And I would have loved this deal if they could have just added one more piece, whether it was Vucevic and Kobe White, Vucevic and Dosunmu, the defender. I still think they're missing one more piece to be a legit threat in the Western Conference. Okay. Like, you got to go through the play-in, and it's a one-game scenario, and then you're going into the play. I don't know,
man.
The
odds are against them.
But let me ask you, what are the expectations now that Jimmy's here? Because I feel like a lot of expectations have changed for the fan base. Like, it's entertaining. People are gassed up about the trade, and that's exciting because the Orlando game on Monday night was unwatchable. Oh my God. I was in the tunnel. I was like, man, this is bad basketball. They have to do something. That's what convinced me. You guys know, I've been on the Stampat. But after that game, I was like, they might just have to do something because fans are not happy and are starting to leave early despite it being a close game.
My brother was like, Cole Anthony is destroying you.
Yeah.
And not that he's not a bad player, but
he can get buckets. He gets buckets.
How many NBA players can you name before you get to Cole Anthony?
You can, but he gets buckets, and we can use a bucket getter. Cole Anthony would be a bucket getter.
And it's on a team that doesn't get buckets, so that's why it's highlighted even more because both teams had 43.
It was a stonemason convention.
It was 1998 basketball.
The community was building a church.
By the way, to all my Sacramento fans who are listening,
all 6 of them.
Orlando is one of the worst teams in the NBA when it comes to offensive basketball. They lit up the Kings and scored 120 or 131 on them. The Kings are down 30 against Orlando Magic, and the Kings have lost back-to-back games. The Kings are they're done.
There fills my Kings quota for February.
They're not likely to be anytime soon.
The King has to talk about the Kings.
Yeah, what is my calibration?
Yeah, what's your expectation?
So like this is the way I view this, right? So similar to like a quarterly report. Like you try to chip away at something. You can't look big picture. Hey, we have a $20 million deficit we need to close. All right, well, what are the small things we can do to... Next year and the offseason is its own separate entity. Different expectations. I got a million things I want them to do. For this year, I find it really hard to think that they're going to go like 20-11 or 21-10 or whatever it would need to be to get to like 46 wins. That's going to be really hard. So now it's like, all right, guys, realistically, does it look better with 5 minutes to go? Can I get into the 7, 8, 9 spot, not the 10 spot?
Yeah.
Just the 7, 8, 9 spot. That's how low I'm. I think it's doable. I'm worried about San Antonio. I have no idea what to make of the Suns. Who knows about the Clippers? I've doubted them forever. They keep shutting me up.
The Suns stink,
but you don't have that tiebreaker against the Clippers.
No.
That's the problem now. You don't have the tiebreaker against the Clippers and the Lakers, and you better hope you beat Sacramento the next 2 times.
I think the
Lakers
are the 4th.
Yeah, the Lakers are going to. Lakers are a problem.
They're going to surge.
I think the Lakers may be in the Western Conference Finals. Honest to God, they're a problem. They're a problem.
I think it's a great trade for them.
I was hating on the Lakers. I can't stand the Lakers.
They're big and long.
But yeah, they're going to be a problem in the West. I hate to say it. And I know Spadoni.
Jackson Hayes would get 30 minutes.
statue's getting built right now.
Yeah,
they're already figuring it out.
Jackson Hayes would be getting 30 minutes on the Warriors, and Austin.
It's true though.
And they pick up Mark Williams too.
And then Austin Reeves is one of the best values in the game.
Yep.
$13 million. He's been on. What is he? 16-8.
He's been a borderline all-star.
0 for 9 from 3 and still had 23 yesterday.
Right. He was a borderline all-star this year.
He
His
was
numbers,
awesome.
Yeah,
he's been good.
He's a really good player. For this year, it's like, hey guys, like, close out some of these games. Yeah. I think if you had Jimmy over the last, let's just say 3 weeks, like you win a handful of the ones you lost. The key is this. It's not just Jimmy. Kuminga's got to get back on the floor like yesterday.
I want to talk about that too on the other side where, look at me trying to take.
Yeah, look at you.
Sorry.
Look at
old
you.
Habits, old
You've
habits
been listening
die
to
hard.
Willard lately.
Old habits die
At
hard.
24? That's insane for you to say that.
It's just me and my radio experience.
Sam's even shocked.
No. But I do, the Kuminga conundrum is massive here because, one, I don't know if they have enough money to sign him next year. And then two, how do you
back to the
rework
luxury
him?
tax. They're going to have to dip in.
Well, do you do that for Kuminga? I mean,
Yes.
whoa.
Because then you still have the ability to trade.
No, I agree. But you locked up Jimmy, Draymond, and Curry for $140 million damn near. 3 guys who are in their late 30s. And then how does Kuminga work? Does it work with Jimmy Butler, Kuminga, and Draymond on the floor at the same time? I was talking to Buddy Poole. He was saying that you got to stagger their minutes. Well, I can't stagger their minutes. I need my best players on the floor.
Final
best
5
players.
minutes, they will all be on the floor together.
No doubt. And Draymond's going to play the small ball 5.
Jimmy or, I mean, I've been saying that Draymond's a 5 forever, but Jimmy or Curry on the floor at all times. And I think you run a lot of PNR with Jimmy Butler.
You would hope so, because they didn't do that with the Schroeder move. The Schroeder move was like, I started thinking Ryan Garko, Shea Hillenbrand, AJ Pierzynski. It's one of the biggest whiffs.
It's the Michael Tucker move.
Dude, it is.
You killed us?
That
Come
did
to
not
us.
work at all.
You suck.
Well, it's funny, and we're going to break here in a second because I remember that was the conversation all 3 of us had a few months ago when this Jimmy Butler stuff going on. It's like, actually, I'd rather have Dennis Schroeder for cheap, and then they got Dennis Schroeder for cheap, and they stunk it up. And it's like, actually, right? It took 2 games where it's like, all right, this isn't going to work. And then they moved off, and then they got Jimmy Butler. Bulls tomorrow, probably making his debut against his old team that he started with, which is going to be awesome. Monday against the Bucks. Then you got Dallas next Wednesday, and then a back end of a back-to-back in Houston.
Yes.
Very interesting stretch before the All-Star break. Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni here. We got a lot to get into still. We got the freaking Super Bowl on Sunday, but again, Adam Silver is dominating Goodell this week. Maybe just for the week because it's the NFL, but this is a nice little payback from what they did to him on Christmas. It's the Morning Roast, and what's coming up next is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safety on the road. Oh, sorry. God, I love me some Akon on a Friday. I'm feeling great. Spadoni, it's Shasky, Bonte in studio, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Every single Friday, Bonte Hill will be here 9 o'clock for the whole hour going forward. It's been awesome. It's been great. We've been talking about Jimmy Butler. We've been talking about Luka Doncic. Talking about it all.
Whose idea was this, by the way?
It's mine.
I thought I was making a clean break.
No, I needed
to get away from you guys.
Just like Draymond Green had Kevin Durant on his podcast, I'm having you here to show that there's all goodwill. There's no beef between.
So are we going to blame Matt Nahigian?
Yeah. Well,
that's what Draymond and Durant did. They blamed Bob Myers.
Well, of course. Did you see Bob Myers yesterday, by the way, defending Kevin Durant?
Well,
to the likes of Kendrick Perkins and Draymond and Kevin Durant's tweet about Kendrick Perkins.
That was great. What is wrong with Kendrick Perkins? He averaged 3-4 points a game, and he's out here talking about I was the leader of the Oklahoma City Thunder. How laughable is that?
What TV exec is sitting there going, yep, this is the guy. This is the guy that's going to bring in more viewers.
Man, I don't know what they're doing. I watch some of these shows all week. I've got a little time on my hands now, and I'm just like, whoa. Kendrick Perkins, talk about I'm the leader of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Me and Nick Collison. Sure.
He's not he's not articulate. He doesn't make good basketball points.
No, he doesn't.
No, I'm serious. Like, he doesn't break down X's and O's. Everything is hyperbolic, prisoner of the moment. And it's not funny.
No, it's not.
And he's not charming. So I don't understand I'm legitimately, what is the appeal? That he gets aggregated online?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, but how does that help ratings?
Well, because he says stuff that people are going to react to.
But that doesn't mean that people are watching.
Well, it's why Inside the NBA is coming in to take their spot.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's why they're coming in to swoop their shine.
Right, exactly. And I can't wait for that, by the way. And I guess Chuck is taking some shots at TNT, this, that, and the other. I know. Well, speaking
as long as the check cashes, he'll be there.
Speaking of which, we're talking about Charles Barkley and his team. Bonte, I know you were locked in on the NBA All-Star teams. How are you feeling about Team Shaq, Team Kenny, Team Chuck?
I do like Team Chuck, though.
But
I do too.
I do like Team Chuck.
Elevator pitched me. Okay. My wife goes, there's 3 teams for the All-Star. I go, I don't even know. Explain to me in 30 seconds or less what we're doing for this All-Star game.
What are we playing up to 24, 3 teams, and then the Rising Stars Challenge winner is going to be on there Sunday too. They're going to play against one of the teams, and the winner of these games play each other in the championship, and boom, there you have it. All-Star game done.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever.
I mean,
we get to see LeBron James, Stephen Curry, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant on the floor together. Let's go.
What are we doing?
One team.
Hey man, I don't know what we're doing, but I'm looking forward to the Rising Stars game. Rising Stars with Coach Mully, Coach Tim Hardaway, and then Mitch Richmond.
Mully's is he going to run?
Coach, he's going to draft. He's going to run.
What's he going to do?
He said he's going to run motion. A lot of motion, no timeouts. He's going to let him play.
Will he adjust his style of play to TJD?
He might. He just wants TJD rim running. Well, the whole thing.
He hasn't got to run this week.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. That's
nice
to be a name.
Get him out of the stable.
He's got glute soreness from sitting down for so long.
Soreness.
I think I legit think Kyle Anderson had that on the injury report a couple weeks ago. I saw it for the first time ever. Glute soreness. I've never seen that in my life.
Well, he might get bed sores from staying in a hotel waiting to see where he goes next.
I feel bad for Kyle Anderson. Do we know where he's at right now?
I don't feel
He's
bad.
in Miami right now.
Fine.
But
South Beach.
That's it? He's going to stay there?
He's making $10 million.
He wants to play. I mean, look, the fit wasn't there with slow-mo. That's what it was like. Wait, you want to play .5 basketball, go up and down, but let's bring in Kyle Anderson. I get it. You want to fill out the roster. It just didn't work. Wasn't a good move, right? And so he got DNPs, and, he may have been unhappy about the DNPs, but it wasn't a fit. So you ship him, you move him on. Same thing with Dennis Schroeder, where we kind of figured, 2-3 games into it, ouch. You look at the numbers that he had in Brooklyn, 18 points a game, the field goal percentage, and then what he did here with the Golden State Warriors, there was like an 8-point difference, an 8-point drop-off in points per game. And did you guys see him on Instagram, by the way? Instagram, they had a slideshow saying thank you.
I don't follow him on Instagram.
I don't follow him either. I follow the Warriors on Instagram. So the Warriors have this Instagram slide. Thank you, Dennis Schroeder. Thank you, Lindy Waters. Thank you, Kyle Anderson.
Okay.
And they did a whole thank you, Andrew Wigginstein. But they did a slideshow for Dennis Schroeder, Lindy Waters, and Kyle Anderson. No big deal, which is fair.
They've been here for a cup of coffee.
But Dennis Schroeder commented and said, damn, I don't even get my own post.
Oh, my God.
Thank you very much. Thanks to you, too.
Poor Dennis.
I mean, there's a reason why he's been bounced around by 50 different teams. I'm sorry. It is, are you surprised, Dennis?
There's a reason why.
There's a reason why. And honestly,
And then this comment the other day about modern slavery.
Yeah, we didn't touch that one. That was.
Yeah, you don't want to touch that one. I don't want to touch that one either.
Yeah.
Just saw that was like, whoa, he's not going to be here in 24 hours.
Yeah, the white host taking over for the black host. I'm not talking about that one.
Some of our slavery, dude. It's like, damn, dude, what are we doing here?
Right. Well, real quick on that. Mike Dunleavy, boy, did he need to make this move, though, because he was talking about Dennis Schroeder, dud of a move. Buddy Hield.
It was low risk, high reward, though.
No,
Melton was doing nothing for you.
Yeah,
Let's just
he's hurt.
Let's just go from last summer and the moves that he made and did not make. He was linked to Lowry marketing all summer. Whether they're really going to get him or not is irrelevant to me because the fan base views it as a failure that they didn't get someone. Paul George, whether that was up to them or not, they didn't get him. So that's 2 whiffs right there. D'Anthony Melton got hurt. Not his fault, but still, if you're relying that heavily on D'Anthony Melton, the fact that he got hurt ruined the season, that's a tough look. Kyle Anderson didn't do anything. He's gone. Now Buddy Hield, other than the first 2 months of the year, hasn't done anything. So this has been a rough ride for Mike Dunleavy the last 6-7 months. So I think his stock was teetering towards just kaput. And now he made this move and he tied himself to Jimmy Butler. That's basically what it is now. He's tied himself to Jimmy Butler these next couple of years. And we're going to see what's going to happen.
I don't think that he's tied to Jimmy Butler.
I think he kind of is.
No, but hear me out.
If the team fails, I think he's going to be gone.
If Jimmy just acts a fool, you can trade. But I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying you're getting value.
Yeah.
But, like, you can.
Can you?
Yeah. Literally, he just got traded out of Miami.
Luka Doncic just got traded.
Anyone can get
De'Aaron
traded.
Fox, who we thought was going to be a lifelong member of the Sacramento Kings, basically bolted to Sacramento.
Exactly.
I mean to San Antonio. DeRozan signed with Sacramento.
Those guys are both
this
young.
league expected unexpected in this league.
Exactly.
Anybody could get traded. So, but the worst part about it is you signed him $58 million. The only way you're going to be able to move off Jimmy Butler if everything goes awry is if you enter that last year of the contract and attach draft picks. So I don't think Dunleavy's attached to Butler per se, but yeah, it helped him with the fan base, I guess. I mean, what is you supposed to do, right? I think, for me, it feels like more of a Lacob move, although there's other rumors out there. I think Lacob, because, I didn't even notice Steiny. How about Matt Steinmetz flexing?
Mm-hmm.
Lacob's texted Steiny in the middle of the show, and I'm thinking, man, Lacob's definitely feeling it. That told me right there, is like, Lacob's itching to make a move.
I'm not sure I believe Steiny.
No, I do. I don't think he wouldn't throw that. When he said it with his 20 cents, I was like, what? So I was like, why can't I get that text?
Well, I'm pissed off at Steiny. Did you hear what happened to me and him?
Your best friend?
The other day, I come driving down the street. Michelle and I, we were going to dinner, and I had the little guy in the back seat. Michelle's in the back seat, so it's like tinted windows and stuff, for the little guy. And I see this guy coming out of the library. What does he call it? It's not the library. What does he call it?
Cafeteria.
The cafeteria. Yeah, a cafeteria where they serve adult beverages.
No, that's the cafeteria.
He's coming out, and I roll the window down. Is that Matt Steinmetz? And he looks over at me, and, it's tough for him to see these days. That's why he's got these really thick glasses. And I go, Steiny, can you sign my autograph? And I'm like waving my hand out the window. And he looks, and he gives me the head nod. And I give him the head nod. And I go, do you want to ride down to Market Street, dude? He's like, nope. I go, really, dude? You don't want to ride down the street? He goes, nope. This is my exercise. I felt shunned.
I respect it.
No, I felt shunned.
I respect it.
It's ridiculous.
You got to respect it. The guy's 60 years old. He wants to keep his heart rate up. He wants to get his cardio in. I respect it.
And also, he needs to zone out for a little bit.
Yeah.
He needs this station's a lot. Coming in here with a lot of these people. This is a Guru. Guru's a lot for 4 hours.
Guru's a lot.
And I love Guru. But there's a lot of energy that gets expended. Like, I have to host a show with you, Joe Shasky. It's a lot afterwards.
Damn, he's already feeling like that a weekend.
No, but it's vice versa.
Like, damn.
No, but he's
took
told
me 4.5 years.
No, but it's a thing. You tell me you're exhausted and you're hungry, all that. That's what Matt Steinmetz is doing. So there you go. That's Steiny.
Well, Steiny, but then too, Steiny knows that if he gets in your car, you're not going to come up for air. You're going to give him every single take, every single angle.
We're going to listen to some Bob Dylan.
No, he probably was. No.
I had the playlist ready for him.
Yeah. You're going to chirp. So I'm not mad at Steiny. Like, if I saw you walking down there, I would honk at you like, what up, Butch? I'll see you later, brother. I'll give you a call.
No, you would have pulled up alongside, rolled the window down, like, I just seen Joe Lacob. And then give me some story.
No, that's not true.
I couldn't even say it with a straight
Joe
face.
Lacob, my routing number, I didn't get paid today, man. Joe Lacob, what's up, man?
All right. I want to pivot real quick because there is a football game this Sunday.
There is?
I don't know if you guys...
Nobody cares about the Super Bowl, right?
Well, there's aspects of certain things about football you might care about. One of them being Myles Garrett being available, potentially Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Yes.
We just had Brian Baldinger on, as we do every single week during the football season. Baldy on Myles Garrett and Nick Bosa. What if they were together?
I think he would love the opportunity to play with Nick. You get Hargrave back. You really solidify the other defensive tackle, and you just go hunting. It's just hunting season. You just get after quarterback and affect them. I mean, nobody has the power of Myles Garrett in this business, including Nick. But you get two power rushers like that, they're going to collapse the pocket on every third down that there is. And the quarterbacks are going to be looking to get rid of the ball awfully fast if they can. It'd be the ultimate matchup. I think Nick would feel like Christmas, was every single day out there. I think Myles would feel the same way.
It'd be the ultimate body envy matchup, too, compared to Nick Bosa and Myles Garrett. Just two physical specimens going at it. Bonte Hill.
Oh, you think it's Skims now?
Hey, you know what? Hey, we talked about Skims with Nick Bosa when we had him on last year. Remember that?
You missed that one, Joe.
Skims is the underwear?
Yeah, Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, and then they have like the Skims Hims brand.
Yeah,
because
I was looking at Zyn, and I guess cannabis is creating a new Zyn.
Oh, okay.
Some company.
Okay,
need to look into that.
So I didn't know what we were talking. Underwear.
His head's in the clouds right now, so you can lock it on me.
Clearly, because he's talking about cannabis.
Friday-itis.
There you go.
Friday-itis.
Well,
No wonder you guys bring me in, because,
I don't know if you know this. I'm hungry.
You doing anything it takes to get Myles Garrett in here, Bonte Hill?
I trade 11. I trade another first-round pick.
You do the Khalil Mack deal for him, basically?
What was the Khalil Mack deal?
So that was 2 firsts, a third, and then I think they sent, there was like a second round that the Raiders sent to the Bears.
Think about it. I think it'd be hard to say no to Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett, Nick Bosa coming off the edge is a problem. That solves a lot of problems. In the run game, in the pass game. Yeah, I'm all in on Myles Garrett. Now, is it going to happen? I don't know, but I bet you there's 25 teams calling about Myles Garrett right now.
Stafford's available.
Is he? Or like I guess his wife is out there like caping up for him. Like, I can't believe you're getting rid of Cooper Kupp. This, that. And I was like, really? You can't? You guys are both like
Cooper Kupp.
So he has no guaranteed money coming into this year.
Yeah.
Got to get your guaranteed money. Ask Trent Williams.
Got to get the bag.
I mean, I get.
Got to get the bag.
I'm excited.
Football season. Got to get the bag.
So you should be happy for Jimmy Butler.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at Jimmy Butler, but my team just gave him a 2-year, a 35-year-old, a two-year extension. In the NBA, you don't go older, you go younger.
Jimmy asks, he's like, did that extension play a big part in this? No, absolutely not. The biggest lie I've ever heard in my life.
He smiles so hard. Like Steiny said, I heard Steiny the other day. He said, Jimmy didn't come here because he loves the Warriors. Came here because the bag was right. So, but look, Jimmy's going to work out. Jimmy's going to be all right, man. The Warriors, it's going to be very fascinating to see what they do. Myles Garrett, yeah, I'm all in on that. I'm all in on that.
All right, sure.
Are you all in on Myles Garrett?
Well, who's not all in on Myles Garrett?
Well, first and foremost, salary-wise, you're going to have to give him more money when he comes here. How does that work when we're going to be paying Brock Purdy on top of that?
You can stagger somebody, man. Okay. You can manipulate this NFL salary cap. Haven't we learned anything before?
We're going to do some reconstruction. Well, they're also talking about giving George Kittle an extension right now, too. Like, there's only so much money you can give. He was their best player this past year, George Kittle, obviously, so he deserves it. He was second-team All-Pro. I get that, but there comes to a point where you can't pay everyone, and you're seeing that right now with the Cleveland Browns, albeit the Deshaun Watson deal is not going to be what Brock Purdy gets, but you're seeing just how much a deal like that could hamper the rest of your roster. Yeah, but also, the Cleveland Browns have been a dumpster fire our entire lives. Yeah. So that's part of it, too. And if you're Myles Garrett, if you're guys like, hell, a Max Crosby maybe, I know he's chopping up with Pete Carroll. He's excited to play with him. We'll see how this season goes. But, yeah, you're going to start getting some of these guys available. And then you saw yesterday at Radio Row, Aiden Hutchinson, Myles Garrett, all those guys, and Jared Goff. They're all hanging out, chopping it. Could you imagine if Myles Garrett went to the Detroit Lions with Aiden Hutchinson?
But they're another team that they have to pay Aiden Hutchinson a boatload of money this upcoming offseason. So, like, they've got some, and they got Jameson.
But I'm just saying, but they can get off the Jared Goff deal.
Yeah, he's eligible.
He's eligible, but
and Jameson Williams, too.
Yeah.
They have some decisions
to make. Maybe they go all in this year and bring in Myles Garrett and say.
The Goff contract's going to hit next year.
Yeah,
big.
Which is, I think they're going to try to move off Goff soon.
Yes, I agree.
After what happened in the playoffs, which
that's a huge cap hit.
It's a huge cap hit. Pocket's not clean. Yeah,
who
Goff
wins
turns
this
into
weekend,
a pumpkin. Ah, man. I really feel like the Eagles have the better team. I really do. But I wouldn't I can't bet against Mahomes.
It's going to be Mahomes.
Right? Do we all feel like that too?
Yeah.
I don't. I think the Eagles can win this game. I really do. What's the status of their offensive line? They've had some injuries.
I have not paid attention to the NFL.
I know, me either.
Well, I guess Devontae Smith now has his hamstring injury and he's been limited all week.
I saw Debo wearing an Eagles jersey and I was
what was that? What was that?
The hell are you doing?
What was that?
Just put on the old Miss A.J. Brown. Put on his high school jersey.
You played high school. You don't even know.
I don't even know and I don't care.
Well, where the old Miss jersey?
That's what I said. I said that earlier. Yeah. And he's like, well, it's a good point. SEC, South Carolina. It's just, man, I can't wear an Eagle jersey.
Well, that was Debo.
And look fat.
Well, remember 2 years ago when the Eagles were in the Super Bowl, Debo was talking all that talk then, and now 2 years later, he shows up in an Eagles jersey?
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
It's kind of
crazy. You know
crazy.
what, though? We kind of need the Eagles to lose because if the Eagles win, they're going to brag to us about, you guys couldn't beat Mahomes. And you know what? We're both at the table 0-2 against Patrick Mahomes. The Eagles have the better roster.
They do.
They have the better roster, top to bottom. They're the more complete football team.
But it's the quarterback.
But it's number 15.
Yeah. I trust Spags, too.
And Spags in a big game like this is going to scheme it up for
more
one
than
game.
Kellen Moore.
Exactly.
Hey, Spags v. Fangio is low-key. I know it's
a hell of a matchup.
It's a hell of a matchup defensively. It's going to be so fun to see that.
When I saw Debo walk up in that jersey, all I thought was... If the Cleveland Browns need some players to sweeten the pot for the Myles Garrett thing, and if Brandon Ayuk and Debo have to be a part of it, then so be it. I'm dead serious.
Such a
we don't throw the ball.
No doubt.
Imagine getting traded. Oh, to Cleveland.
And let me ask you guys something randomly, like with the NBA.
Hashtag.
Do you think, #random, do you think this week helped bring in new viewers for the NBA? Was this a good leap?
So we talked about this all week. So here's the key. This is what I would say to you. As a casual fan, I talked to my brother. My brother goes, this is what my brother says, and it's a great point. Right. Most people, they put the kids down to bed, they eat dinner, whatever, they put the game on, they got maybe an hour or 2 hours. There are some compelling stories. OKC is just interesting, just to me in general. Young team, okay? The Knicks are always going to be interesting because they're the Knicks. I look at the Lakers, and you're like, wow, LeBron and Luka, that's must-watch.
No doubt.
That is must-watch. Victor, I was watching the other day. I'm not some league pass guy. I wanted to see what De'Aaron looked like. And Victor. And I'm like, wow, I really like Castle. I really like that team. It's just interesting.
How the hell did they keep Castle, by the way, in that deal? I can't believe they kept. What is Sacramento doing?
I love Shohan. And I look at the Warriors. It's like, okay, the Warriors are going to be interesting to watch. I think this little race with a couple of weeks left in the season, I think is intriguing, and it sets up for the playoffs. The key is they need some of these top dog dudes, LeBron, whoever, to go on a little run. If Luka and LeBron go on a run, I really think that viewership's going to be through the roof.
You got the Denver conundrum with Jokic playing at a high level, Russell Westbrook. Phoenix locker room is a mess right now. I think people want to see how that just explodes in their face. Yeah, we're going to be watching that.
Yeah.
And then low-key, Miami's playing well. How does Wiggins translate down there in South Beach, Miami? They got some good pieces. They've got some really good pieces.
I know, but no one's thinking about
Nobody's thinking about it, but I think we should.
I'll tell you, how many Wiggins jerseys have you seen the last 4 years at Chase Center?
I've seen quite a few.
Well, he's there every single day.
Yeah.
Like he sees every single jersey all the time. That's probably not the right person to ask that.
You'd be surprised the jerseys I see out there.
I've never seen a Wiggins jersey on someone.
Have you seen
other than Wiggins?
Have you guys seen an Xfinity Fast 5 jersey before? Oh, I threw it.
I seen Love. No, did you see Loveman's Kevin Durant jersey?
I know.
He can't breathe. He can't breathe. Did you give him that?
Dude.
You gave Loveman the Kevin Durant jersey?
Set that up perfectly. Oh, it's time for our final thoughts of the show as we got Bonte Hill in the building, Joe Shasky, Carter, Sam Lubman. But final thoughts. Let's go around the horn here. Tony Reale. Joe Shasky.
My final thought is you're talking about Lubman and popping out of his jersey.
Yeah, that tight ass jersey.
I knew he was back because all I heard, in like the movies or in the television, when people are at the dinner table and all you hear is the forks and the spoons smashing against the plate at such a loud noise. Every time I come into the studio, I'm wearing headphones and I'm banging
from
music.
Mr. Hungry all the time here.
Stop it. It's my final thought, not yours.
Oh, you don't like getting cut off like that? Oh, weird.
You missed this, Bonte?
I don't miss this.
All you hear is this banging and banging. I go, damn, is somebody jackhammering down on the second floor? No, it's Lubman shoveling oatmeal and sausage into his mouth at 5:08 in the morning.
I am a sausage guy.
He's back.
He is back.
He's back.
That's my final thought.
He is back.
Bonte, you're back.
Yeah,
you're back. Like you never left.
How long is this going to last? No, I'm kidding. I love you guys.
Bonte's like, hey, does Steiny and Goo need a little help next hour?
No.
Crossover featuring Bonte Hill?
No. Goo. I've gotten more texts from Goo this week than I have in the last 7 months. It's like, damn, Goo, you really missed me, man?
How many were about the top 20 Jason Barrett rankings for midday shows?
You guys were at 15, by the way.
No, I thought we were at 17.
Yeah.
Well, it's a joke. We actually dropped. I see the shows that are, honestly, Jason Barrett, he hit me up before all the news broke. Hey, Bonte, I hear something's going on. You ranked this 15th. You see those shows on that list? Shasky and I were better than all those guys. You guys are better than all those guys. Trust me. I listen to a lot of rap. I've had a lot of time to kind of bounce around and watch different pregame shows and listen to different Come on, man. That Jason Barrett's list is a joke.
Poor guy. Just every time I see his face, I think of Jabba the Hutt.
Wow.
Carter, what you got?
Solo.
Jesus.
Well, in honor of Bonte being here, my final thought of the day is thank God that we aren't going to get Jake Paul versus Canelo. Thank God that got canceled. Happy. We are back on Terrence Crawford versus Canelo. Broke this morning.
Is that breaking news?
I should have the breaking news sounder. Yeah.
And Carter, the best part, the 2 undercards, Kevon Looney versus Jared Vanderbilt and LeBron versus Draymond.
Well, Vanderbilt versus Potts, too. How many times did he hit Potts in the face?
I'm out on Canelo. Ducking Jake Paul like that? Come on, Terrence Crawford. Knock also, this guy out. He's ducking Jake Paul.
No, Canelo's
ducking. He can't beat him. He knows that.
Don't do that.
Go Jake Paul. Come on.
All respect.
I'm a big Jake Paul guy.
No, Canelo's ducking Benavidez. Stuck in Benavidez big time. Big time. Carter, good to see you, man. I miss you, Carter.
What you got, Sam?
You're no risotto, but, you know.
There's only one Steven Risotto.
Hey, Sam. Oh, and I guess that's it for the show.
Sam's final thought? No, he's got a final thought?
His face right now.
My final thought is, I don't get any more calls to say I love it at 6:30. It's good.
My final thought is I just want Eagle fans to be sad on Monday. That's all I want. I want sad Eagle fans. Cry, Eagles, cry.
All right, real quick. Who's winning?
Chiefs.
No one. I guess the Chiefs.
Thank you.
I'm not going to be a fool and pick against them. It's the Chiefs.
Okay, we're going clean sweep Chiefs, so the Eagles are probably...
Eagles.
Oh, okay.
All right. And I also, this is my other prediction. McDonald's will win best commercial. I don't know why. I'm just picking one of the big brands. Oh, Doritos? Okay.
Dunkin' Donuts. They always have funny ones with all the comedians and all the different actors and actresses from Boston doing the Boston accents. There you go. I think Tom Brady's going to be in some commercials too. I actually think the winner of this weekend is going to be Tom Brady. How about that? Minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Shelling out $6 million for Chip Kelly as offensive coordinator. How do you like that, Mr.
Highest paid coordinator in sports.
You're feeling yourself. What a week for Spagnotti. he gets to host a morning drive show. Luka gets traded to the Lakers. He's trying his hardest not to hide it. His purple and yellow underwear. I was watching the game last night. I was like, I got to go in and talk to this Joker tomorrow. I can't stand Spagnotti sometimes. He's got Chip Kelly as offensive coordinator. This guy's living the high life.
I know.
The high life.
I love some.
You need to humble this guy. What a week to start your radio career.
It's the best.
Are you kidding me?
I know.
And I started making decisions. I was like, did I make the right decision? I started listening to you guys yesterday. You guys were ready to throw a championship parade for Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy.
I did not.
Jimmy.
But no,
Jimmy,
I heard some other guys. I heard some other guys. So who's the caller who called Andrew Wiggins soft? I wanted to come at that guy. I almost called the show. Wiggins ain't soft when you guard the best dude on the other team and drop a 17.
I love how you
show
listen
some respect
to every minute
from
of every
Andrew.
day
Andrew, no, just when I drive in with my daughter, when I'm coming in, it's perfect.
And then when I'm, on the toilet, you got to put on the YouTube TV.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. This segment was sponsored by Lucky California. Have a good day, everybody.
What's going on, Goo? How you doing, man?
What's up? A long night, baby. A long night. Had a great time.
Yeah, it was a fun night. We were out at all-new Bay Street, Emeryville at Tipsy Putt.
Keyword tipsy.
A lot of listeners came out. It was fun. I'll give you all a shout-out a little later in the show.
Only thing was we didn't get a win.
Oh, okay. I always get confused when you say we. Obviously you're battling for a roster spot on that team. But, hey, here's what I was thinking.
Give it to me.
Have you ever had this experience in life where something happens, okay? It's kind of big, and you have a reaction, and then you sleep on it, and you get a little bit of a different perspective? Never?
It happened last night.
Oh.
It happened last night.
Oh,
Tell me if you want me to. I don't want to blow my load, but I'm ready to say it to you.
It kind of happened to me, too.
All right, you go first since you brought it up.
So, it occurred to me that people might have believed that, I hated the move for Jimmy Butler. Hated would be too strong.
Because you didn't use it yesterday. I tried to get it out of you.
I'm shocked. That's what it is.
Okay.
I'm really shocked. I'm super surprised they went down this road. That's what it is. It's a bold, risky move, and I'm surprised they went down the road. That's all. I'm surprised.
Now I gotta go.
I'm surprised.
I'm surprised. You're surprised when Wednesday this team and their name, the Golden State Warriors, their name was attached to any and everybody. So I guess, Donnie, I'm gonna share mine. What happened to me last night? But from that vantage point, I'm shocked that it happened. But we knew they were kind of desperate. So what are you shocked at? The person that's Jimmy Butler?
I guess I'm shocked that they
or he?
Who?
Joe Lacob. Because I'm hearing some stuff in the street now that's scaring me in regard to maybe some of the guys, including Steph and Dre, Steiny, may not have been all gung-ho about Jimmy coming here. And to me, I thought they were throwing confetti.
Well, I don't know who, they have a big front office with Lacob, with Dunleavy, with Larry Harris, with Kirk Lacob, Steve Kerr's involved. So we never really know who's on board, who's not, and why they did or didn't make a decision. So I always just say they. So I'll just say I'm really shocked. I'm surprised they went down this road. I don't like the move. I don't. I don't. But
you had to make one, Steiny.
Well, see, that's where I differ, because here's what. I have to offer an alternative plan if I don't like the move. And here's what I would have done. I would have played out the rest of the season rather than make this move. And I know people are like, well, this team wasn't going anywhere. Okay. Kuminga was coming back. All right. So now Kuminga comes back and he plays the final 25 games of the year. Mm-hmm. And what happens? You either make the playoffs or you don't make the playoffs. If you make the playoffs, what that will have meant is the young guys were key. If this team stayed as is and somehow made a little bit of a run and got up to 7 and won a play-in and got to the playoffs, it would be in large part because of Kuminga, Podziemski, Moody, and Trace Jackson-Davis, maybe even Post. So then they get a playoff experience. They get a playoff series, the young guys. Okay. If they don't make the playoffs, that's when you have the conversation with Steph, because then it'll be 2 years. The one thing not making a move would have guaranteed is you ensure that you'll have a pick this year. They don't know if they'll have a pick this year. If it's 11, they don't get it now. So that, and I would have, here's the other thing. I would have liked to know what Miami was going to do with Jimmy Butler if the Warriors hadn't come knocking.
But I'll say this to that, Stoney, that's not a Warrior problem. But
my point is, if Miami really would have kept Jimmy Butler and said,
played hardball,
go home,
yeah,
they could have revisited it in the summer with even more leverage because he will not have played almost a whole year, and maybe you make the move at that time.
But Lakeup made it thinking, Steiny, he don't want to wait. He doesn't want to take the risk of just staying status quo and may not make the playoffs or get knocked out in the play-in. And again, all that can happen. But let me just tell you this, Steiny, this is just me. I'm not your psychologist or your doctor. It sounds to me, what's really bothering you tell me if I'm wrong, part of it is you hate that Butler was a malcontent and kind of got rewarded.
I don't hate that
because he got two more. He got paid. We thought that was he going to come here
that doesn't bother me. I mean, I wouldn't have done it if I were the Warriors, but no, I wouldn't have signed Jimmy Butler for 2 more years at $55 million each. No, I wouldn't have, but they did. So now we go to, all right, what's it mean basketball wise?
There we go. They could have used him last night. They could have used Wiggins,
and that's going to be, that's going to be, that's easy to say.
Yeah.
But let's see what happens. I want to see this team, and I want to see if they're better.
All right. And my thing that I had come to me, Steiny, is, again, I'm the glass is half full. I feel like they needed Jimmy Butler, an alpha dog. The glass half full, the good Jimmy Butler, and hopefully that's what we see. But all we've heard and all I've been told is Joe Lacob and company keep Dre, Kerr, and Curry involved in the moves they're going to make. Like they go, hey, so when this move was expedited, I thought, and I still assume to a degree, Steiny, but I'm hearing some things to where Dre, Steph were on board. And now if somehow they weren't, then this could be the start of alienation, not Rhythm Nation. Shout out Janet. But it has the ingredients to be combustible. If it doesn't go well, some of those guys in Warrior uniforms didn't kind of want Jimmy in their locker room. And I hope I'm wrong.
Well, there was a report that Curry didn't.
Oh, man.
There was a report that Curry was concerned about Jimmy Butler, the presence in the locker room. There was a report. Now, you can say that's not true or it's a lie or I don't believe it. I'm just saying there was a report. And I don't know. Did they go to Steph and say, we're thinking about trading for Jimmy Butler? And he goes, ooh, boy, I don't know about that.
And then they still did it.
Maybe.
See, that's not how I think it goes. And I'm naivete.
Maybe maybe
Lacob saying,
maybe this is the first
just
move.
Players.
This is the first move where they said, Steph, we're doing it whether you like it or not.
All right. Now,
and they know Steph's is a good enough professional that he's not going to be a malcontent, but I don't know. I don't know how this. I don't know how it's going to work out.
Yeah,
I really don't, and I don't.
I'm excited.
It feels like a lot of people think this team's going to be noticeably better right off the bat, and if that's the case, I'll be surprised. I don't like the idea of locking into these 3 guys for the next 2.5 years.
And here I am,
it's really that simple.
In a 120-112 defeat last night, and I hit this from you and Evan real quick, Stoney. I know we're up against it. There was one positive to me last night that I didn't share with you.
Do you want to tease it?
I'll save it. Yeah.
Why don't you tease it?
Okay.
All right.
And I want your honest thoughts.
Well, and here's the other thing. Goo texted me today, and he said he saw something in last night's game that I think gives him hope.
Man.
Or something he noticed. So we'll tease that on the other side. Here's what's going on today. 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. You're also going to have an opportunity to win a trip to Vegas. I'll tell you how. We've got Steve Bulpett. He is a senior NBA columnist at Heavy on Sports. He wrote for the Boston Herald for a long, long time. He's an expert on the NBA and was all over the trade deadline. And I love to get people's perspectives who don't necessarily live around the Bay. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Anybody else thinking a little bit differently about this trade than they did yesterday? I'm almost more surprised today that they went down this road. I don't know why. I'm just really surprised the more I think about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 mils.
Oh, I'm Steph Curry. Don't interrupt me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'll start out this segment with a text that just came in.
Yep.
From the 808. Steiny, you just don't get it, do you? I don't. You're right. I kind of just don't get it.
They were desperate. They had to do something, and they did it.
No, they didn't have to. They didn't have to. They chose to.
Now, you know you're talking to your boy. You're not talking to me or the fans. It's Joe Lacob. I'm trusting the brain trust of the Dubs. And my question to you is, why do you feel they did it? Because they needed something.
I can't believe.
I got you there.
I can't believe that the plan includes Steph, Draymond, and Butler at their ages.
Yeah.
For the next 2.5 years.
That's what it is.
I just don't see it. Prove me wrong.
And that starts tomorrow, hopefully.
I'm not here saying this will cripple the friend. I just don't get it, and I don't believe in it. I don't believe in the move.
Yeah.
That's all.
I got you. And Evan was out yesterday. We got him back. Missed him. But yesterday you said, you know what, Goo, and I tried to pry this out of you. You said you didn't hate it. With how you started the show and what you're saying now, can I double back and say, Steiny, are you planting your flag on maybe you hate it?
I'm not crazy about it. I'm just not crazy about it. I mean, I guess
I am, man.
And here's the
what
one
were you
thing.
gonna do?
Well, but that's the thing. Okay, they had to do something. The idea of making a move, like this to me was how many times do we hear this? Well, we're not going to make a move just to make a move.
A lot.
Well, I feel like that's kind of what they did. They made a move, but it wasn't something. It wasn't anything that was on their radar a few days ago. I don't think. I think they pivoted. They may have had Butler in the back of their minds, but he wasn't plan A. No chance. And
I'll just say this to the masses, and Evan kind of, I keep bringing him up. He's our brother, but he kind of, I don't want to say he feels like you, but all we are fixated on is the age. Jimmy Butler will not be out there with a cane. He will not be out there with a blue placard with the handicap sign. He can still play. And I know I'm dreaming right now, but we won't know I'm wrong until it plays out. But Steiny, their backs are against the wall. They got to come out swinging. But what if somehow, miraculously, they got to the Western Conference Finals this year and next year? Like I told you yesterday, the one word is direction. The direction is they're pushing their chips all in for this season and next, and obviously thereafter. But I think a lot of people would be changing their tune if the basketball part of this works. And good Lord, if they were going to stand pat, and as much as I love Wiggins, and this is just not Wiggins and Butler, but Steiny, they had to try to do something, and they did it. It could be a bad move, but until we see it.
That's where I do. This is not a reason. The idea of making a move, okay, but they had to do something. Okay, it makes it sound like I got news for you. If this doesn't work, it's not like in a year we can say, you know what? Hey, we took a swing at Butler. It didn't work. No harm, no foul. No, there's going to be harm, and there's going to be a foul, and it's going to set you back a little bit if it doesn't work. And if you're willing to take that chance, I guess you're willing to take that chance.
Even if you didn't give up any of your young studs to get your version of young studs with Kuminga, Pods, Moody, who we all, let's be honest, Donnie, before this trade went down, I assumed any deal was going to cost you, one of the young guys. You still got those guys.
And you know what? Let's see how much Kerr leans on them. Let's see if Kerr is forced to use the young guys more. I'm interested to see what happens with Kuminga when he comes back, and whether or not they're gonna
be able
to integrate him with a lot of with playing time and things like that.
Because your 21-10 yesterday is now 22-9. For them to get to the 46 win mark and equal last year's total.
21-10. They're 25-26. To get to last year's win total, 46, which got them into the play-in, Warriors got to go 21-10. They got to go 21-10, and they'll finish 46-36. Here's the other thing I was thinking about. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. And like I said, I kind of can't believe they're going down this road. It's very surprising to me. But it's the road they're going down. Let
me ask you this. What does this signal about Lacob and Curry and Dre? I'll leave Dre out of this for a minute. Curry and Lacob's relationship, if Curry indeed was not on board with the acquisition of one Jimmy Butler, what does that signal to you if this thing blows up and Lacob did it without their blessing?
Well, then I think we're closer to Steph leaving or asking out.
Austin and San Jose, young studs go where? No, I just mean the guys you got, your version of the young players that you want to be young studs, but they're not going to do anything if Butler's here and Kuminga continues to be out. But I'll tell you this, partner, and I mean it with every fiber in my body, if they get into a play-in scenario, I am ultra more confident now with Jimmy Butler and his dogness and him being an alpha and whoever they would face than I did with what we saw last year going up to Sacramento and looking like old men, for that matter, not being able to get off a shot. So I know 2020 was a long time ago, 2023, a couple years ago, but damn it, put some respect on Jimmy Butler's basketball resume. He took a team to the finals. He gets to the free throw line. He uses the midi. And you were just yesterday, Steiner, you kept talking about even at the event, at the Tipsy Putt, how this team is not good. You're worried about their three-point shooting. I'm thinking this might be a blessing in disguise that you got a dude that doesn't rely on that.
What about spacing?
All we can do is on that, Steiny, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the Warriors were all together on this. I find it a little hard to believe that Steve Kerr was in on this in terms of, like, do you think Steve Kerr really wanted to make this move? It doesn't sound like it the way he talked about Wiggins. Here's some Steve Kerr real quick on how Jimmy impacts the Warriors' chances.
I just know that the playoffs are different. It's almost a different sport in some ways. And we're getting a guy who's a proven playoff performer. I like the idea that we're healthy, we can put it together, give ourselves a chance. And I think Jimmy, we've seen what he can do. You don't have a nickname like that for nothing. So that's the whole point, is let's see what we can put together here the next, the last 32 games of the year, give ourselves an opportunity to get to the playoffs and give it a run.
All right. I just don't.
Yeah.
I
said that to you yesterday, the nicknames. You won't call them that, but Jimmy Buckets.
I don't know. And maybe I'm reading too much into it. I don't hear a lot of excitement there.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Here's more Steve Kerr.
I'm excited to get Jimmy. He's an elite talent, one of the best playoff performers in the league. And, it's a huge addition for us. So I'm excited. I haven't even met him yet. He hasn't gotten here yet. So I'm excited to just say hello and welcome him aboard and get to work.
All right. So I was a little surprised Steve Kerr didn't know him. The NBA is such a small circle.
Well, let me ask you this, and you and I got a pretty good relationship on a good day. If I were to leave or you were to leave, you would give me my fly. You wouldn't be, I can't wait to work with Stephen A. Smith. You would be like, you'd be somber. And then I believe Kerr is going to miss Wiggins.
Not once you're out of town.
Well, when the mic's in front of you and I just got, it's the day of or the day after, Guru's gone, Steiny, KTVU, South Castaneda. How do you feel about working with Stephen A. Smith?
I'm looking forward to it. But I think we could use him in ways we didn't use Guru. I think he gives us a lot of versatility.
You know what, Sal? I don't know. I don't got a strong opinion.
Well, I do think there is something to Steve Kerr may not know Jimmy Butler, but he knows Eric Spoelstra.
Yeah.
Like, you don't think that he's called Spo and tried to figure out who this guy is? Because if he doesn't know him at all, then he's going to ask straight from the horse's mouth, and I can't imagine it's a glowing recommendation.
Let's take a listen to that fact just right there.
We have not. We texted briefly last night, but nothing substantial. It was more, just a brief thought on the trade, and that was it. He's busy, I'm busy, so nothing really to report there.
He was talking about talking to Eric Spoelstra by text.
No, that's a hell of a point. But I would say this to Evan and the people out there that have that same mindset. If we take a step back, take a page out of Evans Too Young to Know This, J.J. Evans, there were some good times with Butler, Spoelstra, and the Miami Heat. And I think that would have been the 2020 season where they went to the finals against the Lakers, the 2023 season where they went to the finals and lost against Denver. So I know it was rocky, it was ugly, and maybe the relationship is fractured. But, Evan, I would say you got to believe there were some good times also.
Yeah, absolutely. They made 2 finals together. But with the way that things ended.
That wasn't good for him.
I mean, it's probably 2 sides of the same coin. It's like he could be great for you guys, but also he could be someone that might run the ship into the ground.
I mean, the Warriors do lead the league now with 2 players who have threatened to fight coaches. We got Jimmy Butler, who wanted a piece of Spoelstra. We have Draymond Green, who wanted a piece of Kerr back in Oklahoma City. We might have some volatility in that locker room.
Stoney, you bring up old stuff.
You mean like leading the team to the finals?
I thought Dre was going to get into it with the ref last night.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He tried.
Okay. Dre was wrong last night.
Dre was dead wrong
He's
last night.
He's so great at being the victim.
It's unbelievable.
I made it up.
Right. Dre, I love you, man.
What would you think of this if I said this? Because I've been trying to think about this a million different ways. Let's say, hypothetically, you were GM, and
let's go.
You somebody said to you, "I want you to look at the Warriors for a year, from yesterday, the year before. You've watched them now for a year. All right, you're hired to be GM of this team, and you have no emotional attachment to anybody.
Okay,
all right, you're coming in. You need to be like the wolf in Pulp Fiction.
Oh,
you got a mess to clean up. I mean, you got to just do it. If the GM's Kurt,
Harvey Keitel,
then the GM's Kurt. There's just no way a GM who looked at this situation objectively without any emotion would have made this move.
I get that.
Okay.
But I think that's so unfair.
Might be.
Because in life, Stoney, it's about relationships. It's about the past, it's about the present, and it's about the future. But the past sometimes has you make decisions out of loyalty, out of, come on, man, they owed these guys something. And Joe Lacob, if Curry and Dre, let's just use those 2, weren't on board, then he really is exercising what he told Bonte when he was here at the station a couple years ago. The players are just the players. This is his baby, and he's going to do it his way, Frank Sinatra. And maybe this is the first time, Stoney, if the way I'm getting the feel now, everybody might not have been on board. This was his first Frank Sinatra move. I'm doing it my way.
Right.
I don't care what you think, Curry,
right.
Steinmetz.
Right. And I think, and you can say, we can't have a GM in here who has no emotional ties because we are the Warriors. I'm just telling you that I don't think, this is a move that's made out of desperation. That's what it feels like.
And when you come off a season of not making the playoffs and you're 500, wouldn't that constitute, and you got 2 future Hall of Famers on the squad and you're just middling around, Stoney, and you're kind of lifeless, wouldn't that constitute being, that's desperate to me.
Yeah, and then I would have tried to make a run in the second half.
With what you had.
And if we didn't get it done, now we have to have the conversation with Curry because now it's 2 years where we didn't make the playoffs. He still has 2 more years left on his deal. Find out what he wants to do. But I'll tell you the other thing is if Curry's not gung-ho about this move, then we may have to have a talk with Curry again anyway in the summer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Shane in the city. What's up, Shane? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Oh boy, back to Wiggins. Now first of all, it hurts to lose Wiggins, and like it's almost like the whole thing's like a practical joke because you look at them side by side, and Wiggins is averaging more points and all that. And Jimmy's resume, of course, has whatever it is, but you throw it together, and how does the team get better? And on top of that, it's almost like I'm surprised Kerr sounds so upset, which is actually a good thing to me that he's not loving this either because it does seem just forced and silly. But I'm surprised he's so upset because now he has like another excuse to play Kuminga more. And then I wouldn't be shocked when Kuminga gets back that you have Guy Santos and Moses Moody in the depth chart ahead of him at the 4. But on top of that, I do hope it works out. And Steiny, I wanted to give you a little bit of love for wind the clock back about a month or so more ago. The Monday after Kuminga's back-to-back 34-point games, I really enjoyed you and Evan's conversations and remarks, kind of showing some faith and some love for Kuminga. And, I was bought into that. Not that would get them into like a playoff situation or anything, but maybe set them up better for the future going forward. And I hope this move doesn't kind of ruin all that potential we saw there.
No doubt. Hey, Shane, that's the other thing. Now we got to find out how, if at all, this impacts Jonathan Kuminga.
He's going to be starting, though, Steiny. Oh, well, that, I hear you. But I got to believe Lakeup. I'm just sharing you with
I wouldn't assume Kuminga's going to be starting.
But I believe Lakeup is Kuminga's biggest fan.
That may be fine, but I don't necessarily believe Kuminga's just going to be a starter on this team right now.
I don't see how you could afford not to have him in there.
Well, because if you
Butler at the 2, Kuminga at the 3, Dre at the 4, Post / Moody. I don't think
that's enough
TJD
shooting.
or Looney.
Yeah, I think they need another shooter in that lineup, but we'll see.
With Steph Curry's line of 13 of 35 and say